Yours is President Confion.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you, as always, for being here and on time. We're ready to resume the defense presentation of evidence. Any redirect examination, Mr. Sherman?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so, Mr. Richmond, I'll remind you that you are under the obligations of your previously sworn oath. Mr. Sherman, you may proceed.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Richmond, I have good news. I have one more photo to show you. Would you mind taking a look at 336 in that exhibit book?
Yes, I have it.
Are you familiar with the items that are depicted in photograph that is 336?
I am.
All right. And does photograph 336 reasonably, fairly, and accurately depict what is being shown?
It does.
All right, Your Honor, I move to admit 336.
Haven't seen it. It's not on the list. Is it?
It's 244.336. It's all in the photographs.
What was the number?
336. It should be in those books.
Oh, in books. Objection, Your Honor.
336 is admitted.
Mr. Richmond, can you tell us what we're looking at in 336?
Yeah, these are kitchen cabinets.
All right, and what is this showing the wiring to them?
It's showing from the outside looking into the cabinet prior to glass being put in or cabinet or shelving being put in.
All right, and
That's the wiring for under cabinet lighting.
had you had discussions with Mr. Patterson about how you wanted to handle that under counter lighting?
We did.
And tell us about those discussions, if you would.
Originally, the under cabinet lighting was supposed to be run down the back behind the cabinets when the cabinets were hung so that they wouldn't be exposed to the inner cabinet. And this is how they were put in multiple cabinets. This is one example of multiple cabinets.
Okay. And was there a point in time in the construction process where the walls were exposed?
Yes,
And could the wiring have been done then so it wasn't so intrusive in the cabinet?
it could have, yes.
Okay. Mr. Richmond, I'd like to go through some written exhibits with you, and I'm going to do this as quickly as I possibly can. I've got those exhibit books down on the floor next to you. I think we're going to start with the one that's closest to the jury box.
Okay.
And I'm finished with the photographs if you want to put that book away. And would you please turn to Defendant's Exhibit 143?
Okay, I have it.
All right, is this a text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
All right, and were you a part of this text message exchange with Mr. Patterson
I was.
and several others?
Yes,
And the dates run from February 14, 2022, Valentine's Day, to March 4, 2022?
yes.
All right, and would you mind taking a look at your text message? Well, I'll move to admit Exhibit 143.
No objection.
Admitted.
Would you look at your text message, the exchange from February 28, 2022? And if we could highlight that, Nicole?
Yes,
And did you text Mr. Patterson?
I did.
And what did you text him?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, Randall, went by the house, see some demo work has begun. When we met a week or so ago, I inquired about a project plan and timing of certain decision items we will need to plan for. Have you been able to complete? It would help us from a planning position. Thanks.
Okay, and would you take a look also at the text from February 14, 2022 at the top of the page and read that?
The one from Tracy?
Yeah, the one from Tracy.
It says, hey, received Randall's quote. We would like to meet this week to discuss quote, timelines, et cetera.
Okay.
Brian,
And so in the February 14 email, there was a request to discuss timelines. In February 28, there was a request about a project plan. And how did Mr. Patterson respond to your February 28 text?
You want me to read that?
Sir, yes, sir.
I was waiting to see when we got the permit so I could really put some type of schedule together. Got a notice today. We should have it by the end of the week, so I'll start working on it tomorrow.
All right. Did you get a project plan?
I don't recall. I don't believe so. No, I didn't. I
Okay.
did not.
All right. Let's take a look at Exhibit 168 if we could.
Okay.
All right. And is this an email exchange between you and Mr. Patterson from August 23, 2022 to August 24, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, move to admit Exhibit 168.
Admitted.
All right. Can we take a look at your email exchange in the middle of the page, upper middle of the page dated August 23, 2022?
Okay.
All right. And can you read the second sentence, second paragraph of your email?
How many doors are existing and how many are new?
Well, the second one below that.
Also, can I get a timeline that would get us into the house by the end of October? I think we discussed last Friday.
All right. Did Mr. Patterson provide you with a timeline?
In this email group, no.
Okay. And do you recall him ever providing you with a timeline?
No.
And it says you're asking in August to be in the house by the end of October. What was Mr. Patterson's position on that?
When we had spoke the week before, if I recall correctly, he wanted to check on some things, but again, it was into August, but he felt that that would be doable.
Okay.
Because we still had our lease at that time was still coming up the end of October.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 170, please. Mr. Richmond, is this an email from you to Mr. Patterson on August 25, 2022?
Yes,
All right. Shortly after the ones we just looked at?
correct.
And I move to admit Defendant's 170.
No objection.
Admitted.
Mr. Richmond, in this email, did you ask Mr. Patterson to provide you for a comparison of where you stood to budget?
Yes,
And is that something you asked Mr. Patterson for from time to time?
I did.
And how would he respond when you asked him that?
I'm working on it. I'll get back to you.
Okay. Did he ever tell you were off budget?
I believe in October.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 171 if we could.
Okay.
Is this another text message exchange
Yes, it is.
that you were in?
Yes,
And it runs, it looks like from August 18, 2022 to August 30, 2022.
looks like it runs till the 22nd of 2022. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a second page. Yes, it does.
Okay. And was Mr. Patterson on that email exchange?
Yes, he was.
All right. Would you take a look at Tracy's email dated August 19, 2022? And I move to admit 171.
No objection.
Admitted.
The 19th from Tracy?
From Tracy about Georgia Power, August 19, 2022.
Okay, sorry. Liked, she's got a liked, and then it says, I have to look it up. Just Google GP and the builder line is listed.
That's Mr. Patterson's email or text, right? The one above it, from Tracy Richmond to Brian Richmond, Cincy and Randall.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm seeing that differently.
The one above, Nicole. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong August 19th. Yes, I see it.
Okay. And
Randall, can you send me the contact info at Georgia Power and which departments we need to contact?
All right. Had Mr. Patterson asked you to contact Georgia Power?
He did.
And why is that?
He was having a hard time getting a hold of them
Okay, but for what purpose did you need Georgia Power?
to move the power from on the street to the new, I guess, electrical panel on the opposite side of the house.
Okay, were you trying to move a power meter
Yes,
from one side of the house to the other?
that's correct.
Okay, and why did you want to have that done?
Well, from the original walkthrough that we did on the house with Mr. Patterson and myself, that was one of the things we wanted to do was on the side of the house that had the garage. We wanted to move it from the garage to the opposite side of the house. We were going to need to do that to be able to free up space for enlarging the garage.
When did you make Mr. Patterson aware of your desire to move the power meter from one side to the other?
February, I guess, when we did the first walkthrough
Okay,
early on.
okay. And so that was something that was known from the very start?
Yes,
Okay, and here we are in August, and had that power meter been moved?
it had not.
Okay. And had you ever been requested before August to do anything with Georgia Power to facilitate
He had
that?
mentioned that he was having problems with it.
Okay,
And at that point, that's where he requested that Tracy take it over. There was some times we had to fill out some paperwork as the homeowner to authorize this work to be done. I don't recall when that was done. It was earlier in the process, maybe April or May. I can't remember. It was early on. And at that point, he asked us to go ahead and asked if Tracy could assist with it.
okay. And in August, when you were requested to assist with Georgia Power, were you able to accomplish that?
Yes, Tracy was on one phone call.
Okay. And let's take a look at Exhibit 186, if we could.
Okay,
Is this another text message exchange?
it is,
From, looks like October 11, 2022.
correct?
Okay, and that is a text message exchange that you, Tracy, Randall, and Cincy were on?
That's correct.
And, Your Honor, I move to admit 186.
Okay.
Admitted.
All right. And what does Mr. Patterson tell you in the first email, October 11, 2022?
GP says meter going in today or tomorrow on the truck for today. Updated electrician, waiting to hear back. Floor guys are about to put a coat of poly, just finished doing shoe mold. I'm still planning to start the garage Thursday. Doors set to go in 10/26. I need to get framed, electrical inspection, drywall. So that it all works. Cabinet guy is set to start delivering tomorrow.
Okay, so the meter that y'all had talked about at the very beginning of the project is getting moved now in October of 2022?
Yes,
Okay, and so at this point in time, are you still planning to move in the end of October?
oh no, not at this point.
Okay, at this point, when were you planning to move?
End of, or our hope was to be in by the end of Thanksgiving or end of November.
Okay, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 214, if you would, please.
Okay, I have it.
All right, is this an email from you to Mr. Patterson dated January 2, 2023?
Yes.
All right, and this is shortly after you've moved in?
Yes.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move to admit 214.
Okay.
Admitted.
All right, and what are you communicating to Mr. Patterson in this email?
With regards to Tracy's father passing away, the day that he had sent the email apologizing that I didn't get back to him immediately. Also talking about payment until there's a resolution to the state of the floors first and foremost.
Did you, in this email, point out some of the issues that you were experiencing with the house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also point out that the move date of November 21 was not met?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. And would you take a look at the last two full paragraphs, beginning with "this is not"?
This is not what we were
Did you
expecting.
read those?
Yes, this is not what we were expecting. The anguish, pain caused by the substandard work is not acceptable. I have paid you timely on all invoicing prior, as well as all vendors outside of your billing. All are current and paid in full because they delivered as they said they would.
All right. And let's take a look now at 219. Defendants 219. Is this an email exchange between you and Mr. Patterson? Looks like it's running from February 15, 2023 to February 16, 2023.
Yes,
All right. Would you take a look at your February 16, 2023 email, which is right below the middle of the page? Pardon me, unless I move to admit 219.
Okay.
Admitted.
so the February 16th, 12:44.
Right.
Okay.
And can we blow up that first paragraph, Nicole? Thank you.
I will review this and your prior response and get back to you no later than Monday, 2/20. In the meantime, can you provide a detailed and documented list by trade of what still needs to be completed, approximate time needed by each sub, as well costs that you believe will be incurred by each sub? Once I have this, I will provide an updated work schedule for your subcontractors. Also, next Tuesday, 2/21, we will not be available for scheduled work by your subcontractors, as legacy countertops will be there to correct and install the kitchen countertop. I do not want multiple trades working at the same time.
Okay. And is this at the point in time where you were moved into the house and you were working with Mr. Patterson to allow him an opportunity to fix these issues?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me ask you this question, Mr. Richmond. When you were working with Mr. Patterson during this time in 2023, would you go through the house and prepare a punch list of the items that needed to be corrected?
Yes, we
Okay.
walk him through and document the items.
Room by room?
Yes,
Okay. So was there any question in your mind about what needed to be fixed?
in my mind,
Yes.
no, but it seemed on a daily basis the list grew.
All right. Let's take a look at Exhibit 241.
I have it.
All right. Would you take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
Is it an email chain between you and Mr. Patterson? It looks like it starts on February 5, 2024 and runs to February 19, 2024.
That's correct.
All right. And we looked at Your Honor, I move to admit 241.
Okay.
It's
All right.
admitted.
And we looked at an email yesterday where Mr. Patterson and you were exchanging emails about what do we do now? You know, do we
Yes.
sue? Do we resolve it? What? And Mr. Patterson, I think, had written you an email saying he had not heard back from you. Can you take a look at your email dated Monday, February 12, 2024?
I see it.
And would you read the first paragraph of that email?
Randall, I found the email below in my file this morning, as well as your December 30 email. I asked you in the past to text me when sending electronic correspondence, as your email address is identified as suspicious using Microsoft Outlook.
Okay. Had you had problems getting Mr. Patterson's email?
I had
Experienced that throughout the length of the project?
more so into the end of, well, I would say the end 2023, but
Okay.
yeah.
So it was a spam issue?
Yes,
Were you ignoring Mr. Patterson?
I was not.
Okay. Would you take a look at the second paragraph and read the first sentence?
After reading both, if you would like to go down the litigation road, that is your choice.
Okay. And did Mr. Patterson follow through and sue you?
He did.
All right. Would you and Tracy have sued him had he not sued?
Most likely not.
Okay. Let me ask you a few other questions. There was just testimony yesterday about the HVAC systems in the house being 80% energy efficient versus 92% energy efficient.
Correct.
Did you have a discussion with the HVAC supplier on what percentage efficiency you and Tracy wanted?
I did.
Okay, and tell us about that discussion.
I received a call, I think it's Duran Mechanical. I cannot remember the individual's name. He said it was at the request of Randall and wanted to talk about the systems in the house. My father had been in HVAC his entire life. And, you know, kind of falling back on that information, the question was, what kind of systems do I want to have in the house? And I said, well, you know, for the upstairs and the attic, I definitely want to have as high of percentage of flow as I can. And he suggested 92, and I said that would be great. Let's put both of those, whatever we can do on the second floor and on the main level. I said in the basement that remains cool. I have a AquaGuard system in that basement as well as a humidifier. I said I think we could probably go with a lower one in the bottom, an 80%.
Okay, but how about the attic?
Attic was a 92%.
Okay, and we talked a lot about the floors yesterday, and there was a discussion about Mr. Kerouac and his offer to come back and redo the floors a third time.
That's correct.
And you talked to Mr. Kerouac about that?
I did.
And was he able to guarantee his work for the third time?
No, he made the offer. What he said to me was, look, I kind of want to bridge the gap here between you and Randall. I'm willing to come in and redo the floors, resurface the floors and stain them and do the poly and all that stuff. He said, I can do it. I'm not going to guarantee it. There'll be absolutely no guarantee on this work.
Okay. Where's your furniture now?
Basement, I have 2 storage facilities that I have furniture in. Throughout the house stacked up, you saw some of the mess in some of those pictures. The only rooms that we really have furniture in are our bedroom, my son's bedroom, our living room, our family room, and not really even in our kitchen area at this point.
Mr. Richmond, now that you've been sued, you and Tracy, and you've countersued on the construction claims, what are you asking this jury to do?
Award the funds that are going to be required to finish this house and correct the issues that were created by BMC Construction. We're going to have to move out of the house to do this. There's going to be, we've had the estimator, estimated that it's probably a 5 to 6 month job. It's not little fixes. There's structural issues. The floors are going to have to be taken out and re-put back in. At this point, we just want to finish our house. We've paid so much money, and it's a house. It's not a home. And that's what we want.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Recross on those points.
Mr. Richmond, just want to make sure you just testified that you are seeking from the jury an award to allow you to finish the house.
Repair the house.
Correct.
Correct.
The issue.
Correct.
Now, when BMC was fired off the job,
Yep.
the house was not finished, was it?
No, it was not.
So you're asking for money to finish the house over and above what had been done as of the time of firing.
When I say finishing the house, it's correcting the issues that are in the house. The floor, the windows, all the things that we have paid for.
Well, so you said both, finish the house and correct the issue.
Correcting the issues will finish the house. I'm sorry, I probably phrased that incorrectly. I apologize for that.
Well, the house was not finished, imperfectly or not, when BMC was fired off the job, was it?
That's correct.
So you want something over and above what BMC had attempted to do?
No, that's
You want to finish the house.
finishing the house by correcting the issues that BMC as far as the work that they provided.
Your experts have given you opinions to finish the house, haven't they?
To
And
correct, to
the
correct,
cost of that.
yes, to correct the issues and which will allow us to finish the house.
Even though the job was not finished when BMC was fired off the job.
Yeah, I would say that, no, it wasn't finished at that point because there were so many issues with the house. It's not done.
But you want it finished.
Yes, we want our home.
Now, you mentioned the request for a project plan.
Correct?
I believe you have testified, my client has testified that there were meetings at the house frequently, sometimes several times a week, sometimes every Friday, et cetera.
Correct.
So there were a lot of meetings. You knew what was going on.
Yeah, I would say so. Yes.
You got invoices that describe what had been done starting in March of 22.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You received invoices
Yes.
with a description of what had been done and the cost of that, starting in March of 22, and you got invoices virtually every month up until the situation broke down in about March of 23. So you got invoices with a description of what was going on approximately monthly for a year.
I would agree that I did receive invoices,
And you
yes.
met with Mr. Patterson and his subcontractors and your architect and your designer and perhaps other people at least weekly.
Yeah, I would say at least weekly, maybe a little bit more than that during periods of time, but yes.
So you knew what was going on.
I knew what was taking place at the house, yes. I didn't have an understanding of what the time frame was going to be on the continued work, and that's what I kept asking for.
Now, regarding completion date, I believe you used the word that disappointed that the work had not been completed because you were expecting to move in first in October and then Thanksgiving.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay. But there was no commitment by BMC as to a date of finish, was it?
From Randall, there was multiple times.
He was
Verbally.
hopeful to be able to finish.
No, he had told me we should be, at first it was, we should be in October. I'll have you in by November. And then that moved out, obviously, with the flooring issues.
Even though you were getting invoices, which clearly indicated the job wasn't finished yet.
Well, not until October did I get a response from Mr. Patterson explaining the additional dollars that were still owed and that he was way behind.
Mr. Richmond, you were getting invoices
I was,
approximately monthly
yes,
for a year,
yes,
indicating the work was still going on.
correct.
And even when you stopped paying BMC, the work continued in a fashion, right?
I
And you were billed for that continued work.
Yeah, I was billed in November and I was billed in December and there was work going on at that time. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Richmond, you can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Defense may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the defendant's called David Paul.
Thank you.
You swear affirm the testimony you should give the application is the truth. This will help you. Yes, you can see it. Speaking clearly into the mic, just state your name and state your support. Okay.
I am David Paul from Cleveland, Georgia.
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Paul.
morning.
And would you spell your last name for the record?
P is in Peter, A-A-L.
All right, no you.
No, you,
Okay.
correct.
And Mr. Paul, let me get you oriented. I've got some books up there that have some pictures in them, and I have some books up there that have some exhibits in them. So when I call out numbers and things, you'll just need to find the right book. If you need me to help, just raise your hand.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Paul, what do you do for work?
My company is Premier Flooring Services, LLC. I have two offices, one in Greenfield, Indiana, east of Indianapolis, and the other is in Cleveland, Georgia, in White County. I provide consulting, inspection, training, and moisture testing of job sites that have received floor covering nationwide.
Such as hardwood floors?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Paul, are you prepared to tell us today what conclusions you've reached about the condition of the hardwood floors at the Richmond's home?
Yes.
All right. And would you tell us, please, about your training and experience?
Well, I've been in the industry 38 years. Started when I was 27 years old. I'm now 65 and on my way out of the industry. But I've done everything in the industry. I started out as an installer for 5 years. That did include hardwood floors. I then went into retail, was in the retail environment for a number of years, and then went into the distribution side of business and the manufacturing side of business as a sales rep, basically territory, regional, district management. Then I went on to start my own firm, Premier Flooring Services, based on the nationwide contacts that I had accumulated and the experience levels that I was at that point in possession of. And that's where we are today.
All right. And as part of your work, are you asked to inspect hardwood flooring to determine if there are any problems or defects with the flooring?
Yes.
Okay. And do you currently hold any, or have you held any certifications?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us about those.
Well, there's many of them. There's 17 in total. I put on my CV and resume the pertinent ones, but there are many, many classes, lots and lots of coursework, lots of certifications. I'm a certified installer,
Okay. Would
first
you
and
take
foremost.
a look at your exhibit book? At exhibit 115, there should be an exhibit book that number 115 in it. If you look at the cover, it'll tell you the range.
Well, I start at 151 and go to 250.
There should be another book down there.
1 to 150. Yep. Here it is. Brief. Put these things together. 115.
115. I need to fix that sucker.
15.
Do you recognize exhibit 115?
I do.
Is that a true and correct copy of your CV?
It is, and that photo is 20 years old.
All right. Your Honor, I offer defendant's exhibit 115 into evidence.
No objection, no.
Submitted.
All right. And Mr. Paul, in the middle of the page, it talks about your professional affiliations and certifications. Is that what you were just describing to us?
Yes.
All right.
Are you
And let me ask you, Mr. Paul, as part of your work, are you asked to figure out what the cause of defects in hardwood flooring is?
That's,
And are you asked to come up with solutions?
yes.
All right. And how many hardwood floors do you think you've inspected in your career?
At least 1,500 in 40 states. Overall flooring in general, about 3,500, I would approximate.
All right, Your Honor, defendant's tender, Mr. Paul is an expert in hardwood flooring, including the installation, finishing, inspection, and repair of wood flooring, and asked for permission to examine Mr. Paul as an expert.
Mr. Pye. All right, you may proceed.
Mr. Paul, have you had a chance to look at the flooring in the Richmond zone?
I have.
All right. And how many times have you been to the Richmond zone to look at their hardwood flooring?
2.
Okay. And tell us what you did there when you were present.
First visit was a consultation to basically see what I was getting involved in, which is primarily what I do. I don't take every job that I'm offered. I look to see if it warrants my services or not. When I went there and saw the scope of what was going on, it was very apparent that there needed to be some, at least at minimum, diagnostic test measurements performed. Moisture was the key issue that I saw, hands down, not even debatable. Moisture was a problem on this site.
Okay. Well, why don't we talk about moisture and take a look at some photographs that you may have taken while you were at the house.
Are we in book 2 by chance or still in book 1?
No, we're going to go to the photograph book now.
Which is what book? A lot of books up here.
Here, can I approach your honor and help?
Yeah, please do.
Oh, photos, this one.
The one on the floor?
That one.
Yeah, the third one.
This
Okay.
one down here. I think I'm starting that one.
This one. All right.
And we'll go to this
Okay. Thank you.
one. Sure.
Let's see what we've got here.
Would you start with exhibits 244 through 248 and take a look at those for me?
Okay.
And just look at them one by one and let me know when you're finished, and then I'll ask you to authenticate those.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Paul, have you had a chance to review exhibits, photos 244, 245, 246, 247, and 248?
I have.
And are you familiar with what's being shown in those photographs?
I am.
And do those photographs accurately and correctly depict what is shown?
Absolutely, they
All
do.
right. Your Honor, move to admit 244 through 248.
Lack of foundation, Your Honor, no date, no author of photographs. We don't know whether those are today or 3 years ago.
All right, Mr. Chairman, if you want to.
Mr. Paul, when did you take those? Did you take those photographs?
I did.
And when did you take them?
On my second visit to the Richmond residence,
Okay, and
I believe was August of last year.
oh, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Retender, Mr. Chairman,
Pardon?
you retendering?
I am
You
retendering.
renew your objection, Mr. Pye?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
Mr. Paul, what are we looking at in 244?
Okay, this is the first set of readings that I took. The moisture meter that I'm using is one that any installer would use. This is a Delmhorst J2000, very common moisture meter. We're looking at the surface reading right here at a depth of probably a 1/16 to 1/8 of an inch. That is the moisture reading that was derived at that point, which is 10.3% moisture. The range we're looking for is 6 to 9% during acclimation, before acclimation, when it's delivered, and during occupancy, during service level environments.
All right, let's back up a second. So where are you in the house when you're taking this picture?
I am in the kitchen. I am in the cupped area of the kitchen. There were 8 board rows that were cupped.
Okay, and when you say cup, what does that mean?
That is a moisture balance differential from the top of the wood to the bottom of the wood that exceeds 1%.
And what does it make the wood look like?
A concave dish
Okay.
with high edges and a low center.
When you see cupping, what do you think?
It's moisture related.
Okay.
There's something driving the numbers to get as high as they're at right there registering on the meter.
Okay, so are you now testing to see what the wood moisture is at various levels?
I am.
Okay, and what level are you at now?
We're at the surface level. This is a gradient test. This is the surface level followed by 1/4 inch depth, 1/2 inch depth, 3/4 inch depth of the wood, and then into the top 1/4 of the subfloor. all
Okay.
in sequence.
And what are you looking to see? I mean, what are you trying to compare?
I am looking to find out whether or not we have more than a 1% differential from the top of the wood to the bottom of the wood flooring.
Okay. Why don't we take a look at the next exhibit, please? Now, where are we?
We are at 1/4 inch depth. We were at the surface, which registered 10.3. We are now at 13.0.
Okay, so what does that mean in terms of moisture content?
It means we are 2.7% higher at a depth of 1/4 of an inch than we were at the surface.
All right, let's go to the next photo, please.
Okay.
Now, where are we?
Now we're at 14.3%. So in the span of 1/4 of an inch, we have gone up 1.3% in moisture content.
Let's go to the next one, please. What's happening here?
I think I skipped one. We're at 247.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is at a depth of, I think it's, okay, that's at a depth of 3/4. That is all the way to the bottom of the wood flooring, and we're picking up a moisture content reading of 16.2%. So from the very top of the wood surface to the very bottom of the wood, we are approaching a 6% differential.
All right, let's take a look at the last one, please.
The last one I've circled there is 1/4 subfloor, which is the very top 1/4 inch. Now we're calibrated to the red oak species that is present in the home. Now we're calibrating into the Douglas fir species of the plywood that was, well, actually, this is now not Douglas fir. This is oriented strand board, the new subfloor that was put in the kitchen.
Okay, and so just so I can understand this, when you say calibrate, you mean you're making the meter correspond to the type of wood?
Yes.
Okay,
You have to do that because if you don't, everything else is baseline calibrated from Home Depot to be at 0.50.
okay,
We have to calibrate to the specific gravity of the wood we're testing or the subfloor or the building material we're testing, if it's wood.
to be accurate.
Yes.
Okay, and so what are you seeing here between the moisture differential between the top of the floor and into the subfloor?
We have a problem, and that's why cupping manifests. We have a moisture differential that exceeds what the industry wants to see in their specified guidelines, the National Wood Flooring Installation Guidelines that have been on the books for 40 years. That's what every installer is judged by, and that's what we're judged by. So if we exceed the standards, it usually results in dimensional instability, which is what we have here.
Okay, what do you mean by dimensional instability?
The wood changes shape, it changes dimension.
Okay, and is wood in your floor, in your house, living and breathing?
Absolutely. It's hygroscopic in nature, which means it equilibrates to the conditions, the service level conditions that it's placed in because it's porous.
All right, do you know what the cause of that water, moisture differential is?
Relative humidity in most cases, when the relative humidity is high, above 50%, wood is going to be beyond 9% moisture content. There is a correlation. That's in every document that I send. I think I may have sent that to you at one point. But when you're above 50% relative humidity in the home, things start happening to the wood. It starts to swell in its width. It starts to swell in its thickness. The thickness is less than the width, usually in percentage, but it does happen. When it happens, now you've got the wood changing dimension.
Do you know why the subfloor is so much wetter than the top of the floor?
Probably because it's gaining moisture from underneath, either from high humidity in the basement, or there could have been a water event at some time that caused the wood to get wet.
Okay, a water intrusion problem would cause the wood to get wet?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, did you see other areas in that kitchen that were cupping?
There were 8 board rows in specific that went from wall to wall, from the island all the way to the outside wall
Okay.
that were cupped, and that was the only cupping that we saw.
Limited to those 8 boards?
Yes.
Okay, and did you see any cupping elsewhere in the kitchen flooring?
No.
Okay, and what does that tell you about a water intrusion possibility?
It's probably coming from an outside source. It could be coming from a gutter. It could be coming from behind a wall. It could be coming from underneath. But if it follows an 8-row path, then I'm starting to look at things that are beyond that 8 rows. on all sides of the kitchen itself. I'm looking at possibly walls where water may have come in, possibly a roof situation, possibly a gutter situation. Water intrusion can happen under a multitude of circumstances.
All right, let's take a look at, well, let me ask you this question. Are you aware of any water intrusion problems that existed in the house before the Richmonds bought it?
No,
Okay.
no.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 277.
Hmm. Well, I'm in another book, Jim.
There it is. Sorry.
Okay, here we are. 277. Boy, this is the one. No, it's not even the one.
Here, I'll help.
Please do.
Hey,
It's not this one. It's not this one. Oh. Yeah, there it is, right at the front. Got it. Okay.
All right, do you recognize what Exhibit 277 is?
I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay, did you take that photograph when you visited the house in August of 2024?
I did.
All right, and do you recognize what's being shown there?
Yes, I do.
And is that a reasonable and accurate portrayal of what is being shown?
Yes.
All right, can we move to admit 277?
admitted.
Mr. Paul, what am I seeing here?
This is 277 you're showing? Okay. What this is in the foyer. This is reading number 8. What you're looking at primarily there are the long edges of the wood. What we see there is shrinkage that has taken place because the putty filler that is between those joints, which is customary for an installer to spread prior to his sanding of the floor, that is now beginning to pull away because the floor is shrinking. And when you have moisture loss that takes place, shrinkage ensues, and we call that, there's a term for that, we call it panelization. And that's what's happening there. It's when the wood flooring shrinks enough across the width that it starts to pull now the filler that's stuck in the gaps.
Mr. Paul, what causes this shrinkage and gapping?
Loss of relative humidity in the airspace, which corresponds to the hygroscopic nature of the wood now beginning to shrink. It's
Okay.
shrinking. It's losing moisture.
We've heard in this trial that there was a humidity issue in the house when the initial wood flooring was installed and then sanded and finished, and that the shrinkage began in December or was noticed in December after the Richmonds moved in. Do you draw any conclusions from that?
Well, the time of the year certainly is suspect because now when you're in the heating season and when you heat the home from fall or summer now to the point where you're running the heat, the relative humidity will drop and drop rather precipitously because you're going from high humidity now down to low humidity. The airspace gets drier. Everything that's wood and hygroscopic in nature will begin to shrink. Wood floors probably shrink more than cabinets do because wood floors are held to a stricter manufacturing standard of moisture content than cabinets are.
Is the shrinkage normal? I mean, does that happen?
It is not supposed to happen. It happened in this case. It's normal when the ambient conditions are not monitored and not kept in a controlled state. Let me put it that way. When the environmental conditions are not verified, documented, and controlled, drops like this can occur. And shrinkage like this is very common when you're operating in a uncontrolled environment, bringing the wood in, letting it sit and acclimate. It gains all the moisture. You install it, you sand it, you finish it, months go by, and now you're turning on the HVAC system in the winter to heat the home. The RH is going to drop. Things are going to happen to the wood flooring.
I guess my question is this normal or abnormal shrinkage?
This is abnormal because it's been left there after 2 years.
Okay.
We've gone through 8 seasons of heating and cooling now. This is what we still have left.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's take a look at 283 if we can. Do you recognize what's being depicted in 283?
Yeah, that looks like the
Oh, wait.
foyer area meeting up with the dining room
Okay,
or the family room, I'm sorry.
okay. And would you take a look, did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay, and are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Scene being depicted?
Mhm.
And does it reasonably and accurately portray what is being shown?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you take this photograph in August of 2024?
I did.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 283.
No objection.
Admitted.
What are we looking at here, Mr. Paul?
In 283?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That tower is my installation gear. The yellow straight edge is a aluminum construction level that is 6 foot in length. What we're doing here is we are isolating the joists that are underneath the wood flooring between the two family areas because there's a load-bearing wall right in the middle of that. You can see it by the wall there behind my stack. We are going from foyer to family room at the meeting point. There should be either a joist underneath or a glue lam beam right underneath there.
Was there any problem that you observed in that area of the home?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
Well, there was a sagging of the joists underneath directly. I think it's better seen in the subsequent photographs that follow, but there is a gap there that should not be there. It's where we've had settling basically of the joists.
Okay, can we take a look at Exhibit 285 for me, please? And are you familiar with what is shown in 285?
I am, yes.
Take that photograph.
I did.
Does that photograph reasonably and accurately portray what is shown?
It does.
And that photograph was taken in August of 2024?
It was.
Your Honor, move to admit 285.
Objection.
Admitted.
Can you tell us, is that the same area of the home?
It is. I'm on my stomach taking that photo. I'm down low.
All right, and what are we seeing?
We are seeing the low-lying joist that's underneath the subfloor there, right in the middle where the word Johnson appears in the middle of that level, right to the left of the J for Johnson, you will see a gap. You'll see the shrinkage that has taken place there due to moisture loss. You'll see the edge of that gap. It's very jagged. That's the wood filler now that's shrinking and coming apart. The more obvious sign, though, is the sagging that you're going to see there in the joist underneath. That could be a glue lam beam. It was a finished basement. I think in that area, I couldn't confirm what that was, but the reasoning for it. But that, as we're looking at, should not be there. Installers should catch that, report that, and then find out if they are supposed to proceed without fixing it. If I'm an installer and I've run installation crews, I am dealing with what I'm seeing there before I go any further.
Is what you're describing the standard of care based on your education, training, and experience?
The standard of care, no, it's not.
Is that an industry standard?
Oh, there is a standard for this.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that what you described?
The flatness standard is 1/4 of an inch over 10 feet, 3/16 of an inch over 6 feet.
Okay.
And this exceeds both.
Does this exceeds both?
Yes.
Okay. And had you had a situation as an installer with a flooring that had a valley like this, what would you have done?
You've got basically two options. The hard option is to put a scissor jack or something hydraulic underneath and push that joist up. That, however, has cause and effect result. That's possibly could result in walls being raised. It could result in cracks in the walls someplace. The more obvious solution would be to handle it topically. And what we can do there is we can pour a self-leveler there in that area, one that'll be able to handle expansion, contraction, and keep its stability. A Portland-based cementitious leveler is what I would have used.
I probably didn't ask a good question. If you were the installer and you saw this problem,
Yeah.
would you keep it a secret?
No.
Would you
because-
tell somebody?
Oh, absolutely.
Who would you tell?
The first person I would tell would be the person that hired me to go out there to install,
Okay,
which would probably be the builder contractor.
okay. And in the industry, is that a standard that if a problem is detected in the hardwood flooring, it's brought to the attention of the GC?
Should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me, shift gears for a second, Mr. Paul. I think I mentioned to you we're on a shot clock, and I want to make sure we keep this trial moving.
Okay.
There has been discussion in this house about this trial about Mr. Kerouac and his company, Authentic Flooring, having offered to resand and refinish these hardwood floors that have this gapping. Is that an adequate solution in your mind?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I would never advise any installation crew to do that based on what I've seen and the history of the house that I know it to be.
Okay. And why not?
First of all, these floors are over 50 years old. This home, I believe, was built in the 1970s. We don't know how many previous sandings this floor has had, for starters. The second thing I want to bring, and I brought my visual aids.
Okay.
This
Can
is an
we,
actual.
can you show those to Mr. Pye? I don't think he's seen those.
Walk them over.
You can get it if you want. Mr. Sherman, if you want to retrieve it and
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and
I'll
take-
go bring it back.
What you're looking at,
Parts you're going to use, Mr. Paul?
yeah, that's a 3/4 actual sample of what was installed.
Okay.
We have other things in here as well.
why don't we just do it all at once, Mr. Sherman, if you've
All right.
got some other things to show.
There's your various subfloors. These are the installation manuals from the NWFA. Moisture meter.
Okay.
One more. Digital thermal hygrometer.
Okay.
These should all have been used by installation, and they were not, to my knowledge.
I don't think we're going to talk about all these, but I
That's
just want to
fine.
show them to.
Those exhibits in the book,
They're not exhibits. It's
Have I ever
just a
seen them
demonstrative.
before?
It's a demonstrative aid that Mr.
have I
Paul
ever seen
brought.
them before?
No, nor have I.
Okay, well, objection.
He's just using these demonstrative.
I understand. All right, unless you have any other basis for the objection, Mr. Pye, that'll be overruled for these being used for demonstrative purposes only.
Okay.
We're talking about whether it is appropriate to do a third sanding and refinishing of the hardwood floors.
Right.
All right. And you were explaining to the jury what your thoughts and conclusions are.
Can't do it under these conditions because, first of all, we know that the flooring has been sanded twice already. And if you know anything about, this is why I brought the sample, hardwood, solid hardwood is 3/4 of an inch thick, which means you have 1/4 of an inch above the tongue. The tongue itself is 1/4 of an inch and below is 1/4 of an inch, hence 3/4. When you sand, if you're doing it with a 3-grit sequence, which is NWFA certified, you have to use a 3-grit sequence, not skipping one of those grits. You're going to be taking off the top here at least a 32nd of an inch, more than likely a 1/16 to an 1/8 of an inch per sanding. When you do it twice, you are now into really suspect territory. If you go more than that, you run into the real problem of getting into this recessed nail pocket that holds the staple or the cleat. If you sand enough, you're going to get down there. And when you get down there, you're going to see that fastener. If you see the fastener, you've got literally no holding power keeping this floor down, which is going to result in squeaks, cracks, and pops later on. That's the
So-
primary reason.
What can you do then if you can't resand and refinish a third time?
You have no other option but to tear it out and replace it. At that point, you have to do it because you simply don't want to cross the unknown variables. We have unknown variables here because the registers are not in the floor. We can't pull the register out and measure what is left. If the registers are in the walls or the ceilings, we have no way to accurately ascertain what's left on that surface. And in this case, I don't even know what's left on the surface. If I've got 2 sandings and they're aggressive sandings, and they have to be because we're taking out the cupping, we don't have much left. And if we get really close to that nail pocket, we just are taking a gamble that I'm not going to take. I would never instruct my crews to do that. I would never myself do that under any conditions.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
your CV that was identified, I believe, as defendants 115, wasn't in my book. And
Yeah,
I looked at the book.
you can if I can find it again. It's,
Uh,
what was the number on it?
115.
115?
What the listing notes show. I've got pictures.
I think it's this one right here, sir. Let me find it for you.
That's how I was looking wrong.
No, here it is. There you are.
Thank you. Like you've been to several college and universities.
Yes, sir.
What degrees do you have?
From those universities, after the University of Toledo, did you see that was the first one?
What degree did you get at Toledo?
Bachelor of Education and Bachelor of Science in Education and Kinesiology.
Okay. Kinesiology.
Yes,
Okay.
that was a minor.
Okay. And do you have other degrees?
That's the only one.
Okay.
Those others that you see there are continuing education coursework credits,
Right.
basically. Mhm.
Uh, you're not an engineer.
I am not.
Okay. All right. And you have your own company now?
I do.
You're the sole shareholder?
It's-
Back and forth.
I'm a sole proprietor. My wife has half the shares. I have the other half.
You and your wife are the sole owners of your.
That's correct. Yes,
You have employees?
I do not.
You referred to, I think you said your crew or your people, are those subcontractors that you
No,
hired?
that's not presently. That is in years past.
Okay,
When I ran my, when I was in retail, I ran installation crews as part of the retail job description. But that is at the early part of my career,
all right.
not the
So you-
present.
Basically involved in consulting type work?
Yes,
Giving advice?
presently, yes.
You are aware that my client, BMC, was engaged by the Richmonds to remodel this house?
Mhm.
You generally aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the estimate that was the basis of the remodeling agreement?
It was in a big file that I reviewed originally, yes.
You understood that this was a 50-year-old house,
Yes,
and certainly part of the hardwood flooring was approximately 50 years old.
yes.
Now, you said, excuse me, said your last visit was August of last year,
That's correct.
14 months ago.
Right.
And when was the first visit?
I think about 2 weeks prior to that.
Okay,
It should have also been in August.
all right. So you did not see this house before, say, July of 24?
I did not.
And haven't seen it in the last 14 months?
That is correct.
Okay. The pictures that you showed, the first pictures that you showed, I believe 244 through 248, that you, I believe you had a moisture meter.
Right.
Uh, those were in the kitchen,
Yes, that first set of pictures, the moisture.
set in the kitchen.
Yes, yes.
And did those pictures show cupping?
The,
I tell you what, can we pull up 244?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
sure.
I believe we're going to put it on the screen. Can we do that?
Are you requesting your team or the other
I'm
opposing counsel?
requesting defendants to put 244 on the screen.
All right, Mr. Sherman, thank you.
About the time you get to it, it'll come up on the screen.
Yeah, I should probably just turn around and look at it. Can't see it. 242, 250.
Here we go. Now,
Yes.
does that picture show cupping?
It does. It does.
Okay, do the other, pull another couple of pictures up, please, ma'am, just in sequence. Does that show cupping?
It does, yes.
Next one.
It does.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And as I understand it, okay, take it down, please. As I understand what you said was that is caused by a difference in the relative humidity
That is the cause of it.
cause of it.
Yes.
Okay. And those kitchen pictures of cupping, I believe you said were caused by some moisture from an external source?
It can be a contributing factor to it. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? In this case, I don't know because I wasn't there 2 years prior. The moisture readings tell us the wood is still wet. That's what the moisture readings that I took that you saw show us.
It's in August of 24.
Yes, and
Wood's still wet.
the boards are soaked.
Okay.
Not soaked in the literal sense, but they're full of water, moisture, yes.
And that water could come from an outside source such as roof or gutter?
Possible, yeah.
Okay.
It's within play, yes.
All right. Now, I think you said there were 8 board rows of cupping
Yes.
out of how many total?
Whatever's in the kitchen, that kitchen was wide. I never took a dimension of that kitchen. I would say it's probably,
You counted 8, but didn't count the whole,
no, I didn't have to because they were not the ones in question. I was there to,
but only part of those boards had cupping.
that's right.
And give an estimate of the total. 20, 30, 50?
Of what? Boards that were cupped?
No, you said 8 of the board rows
Yeah.
had cupping.
Right.
And I'm asking for,
How
how
many?
many board rows were there? You
Could have
don't
been,
know?
it could have been close to 100.
100,
Might have been 75 to 100, possibly.
okay. So if only 8 out of 75, say 10%,
Mhm.
had cupping, does that incline you to believe that the source of the moisture was external? Because if it were in the kitchen as a whole, they'd all be cupped.
It's possible. Now, the only way I can prove that would be to do destructive testing. And destructive testing, if you want me to explain, that would include tearing up the boards or tearing out the wall to see where the moisture is.
No, sir, I'm just trying to find out what you know and what you don't know.
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm saying if only 8 of, say, 80 boards
Right.
had cupping, does that not incline you to believe that the moisture source was external?
It could be, but I'm not going to sit here and say that it was because I didn't get a chance to do destructive testing.
Okay.
And that's the only way that can be verified.
Now, are you aware of any testing of the hardwood boards before you were brought in last year?
No,
None in 23,
no.
none in
To
22?
my knowledge, I am the first person to test for moisture
Okay.
that had anything to do with the hardwood flooring.
And I believe you said that, well, let me switch to another subject. Some of the pictures, I believe that were not level. I'll use a layman's term.
Mhm.
You had a level there that showed they were not level. Did you say that the reason for that, or at least one of the reasons for that, was the joist underneath that floor were not level?
The terminology is flat to standard. And when hardwood is not flat to standard, there's a reason for that. It's being caused by something,
Well, you referred to the joists,
right?
and did you determine that the joist underneath the floor that was not level, that the joists were not level?
That's, yes,
Okay.
that was obvious.
And those would be the joists from the 50-year-old house, the 50-year-old joist.
Right, right.
Okay. And so one resolution of that issue would be to, I'll just say correct the joist. That's probably not the right word, but level the joist, somehow level the joist.
To bring them into compliance,
Right.
yes. Mhm.
So then if you had level joist and you put flooring on it, the flooring would be level,
It'll be flat to standard.
flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
You don't like the word level.
We, in the industry, we don't use the word level.
Well,
It's a technical term. Flatness is the terminology.
I
Level can,
understand. I actually speak some Latin, so. but
level can mean
nobody
anything.
else does.
Level can mean anything.
You don't use Latin in
Mm,
hardwood flooring.
no.
Okay. All right. So, but then if you do not select the correction of the joist issue, then you have this rather complicated, looks to me like sophisticated method of correcting the flooring.
That would be correct in your
Okay.
statement, yes. It does get involved.
Now, in your discussion, that when you ask about corrective measures, in response to one suggestion by Mr. Sherman, you said you would not do that because the quote problem, the issue, had been left for 2 years. That if the corrective action had been taken 2 years ago, the solution would have been different. Right?
Well, if the corrective action would have been taken, something would have been done to correct the sag that was present. Okay, if the sag is corrected, then we probably don't have some of the things that could have happened there.
But some of the things that have happened is due to the fact that the correction did not take place 2 years ago.
Yeah, you got structural dimension, you have structural problems with the wood flooring. Actually, it's a subfloor assembly where you've got structural issues. Those were not corrected, so that opens Pandora's box for a litany of things that could possibly go wrong after the fact. And the installer's responsibility, what my responsibility was as an installer, was to identify those, measure those, report back to the building contractor or whoever it was that commissioned me to do the installation, get the proper go-ahead from them or the sign-off from them to proceed without taking corrective action. An installer is not supposed to commence the installation further when he sees things like that. He doesn't go on.
So and I won't use the word fault.
Hmm.
I'll say the responsibility for this issue rests on the installer.
It does. Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Paul.
Welcome.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to refer to Defendant's Exhibit Photo 181, which has already been admitted into evidence. 180.
Preliminary.
Judge.
All right. Let's take a minute. Members of the jury, let us know when you're ready to proceed. Thank you.
We in recess.
Yeah, we're just going to take
Yeah.
5. You feel free to
Okay.
step down if you need to.
Thank you. Oh, do you have any water?
We can manage that.
Thank you. Do you? Great.
All right, unless there's anything we need to take up outside the jury's presence, we'll be off the record and recess until the jury is ready to proceed.
Can we step out, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you, sir.
Get your books moved. So we can.
I think that one's gonna probably want to stay there, wouldn't it?
See how they're going.
Might be the one that's on the desk. I'm not even sure what you're.
Okay. Yeah, 281.
I'm sorry. I looked at it and
That's okay.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Morning. Mom was crazy on the night, that was it's great to say anything to you. I know. How would you drive down? You know, it's uneventful. Yeah. I was like 4 a.m., I left at 5. Yeah, geez, what I ran to. It was decent. Yeah. I don't take this now. The traffic for me started coming out, just the railroad. Yeah. Mistake. Terrible. Never easy drive.
need them. I didn't need them. Okay, I don't need to see, so I go out the store, regular. Go out there. There's things over here. She said, we were learning something over here, or something.
Oh, yeah, I'm just repeating.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah,
Is that
and
like,
the computer types of the,
so that kind of transcribes what you're saying?
it's voice
Oh, wow.
recognition, yeah.
So you don't need to type it anymore, do you?
Nope, you don't.
How long has that technology been out for? I've never seen anybody
Believe-
else have that.
Believe it or not, well, the technology started in the early nineties. I got it in 1998.
I've never seen that
Really?
used by anyone. They're all doing this.
Yeah, they still do.
Yeah. Wow. So you're able to speak into that
Mhm.
without making any noise. It's kind of a soundproof.
Right,
How convenient. Wow.
yes,
So you're listening and you're basically repeating
everything's in.
within seconds of it being spoken.
Yeah, and the computer just types it up.
Wow. Wow. Impressive. Wow.
Yeah, this actually started, they started first in Wall Street. For
Is that
Wall
right?
Street Board.
Wow.
And then it kind of like with it.
That's gotta be just, you have to listen. Imagine if you were having, you're on the stand, it's not a heavy accent.
Yeah, that can be difficult. I think the most difficult thing though is, I think everybody gets taught really fast. It's hard to do that. We'll have it every time.
Just have, it was so, the transcribed it.
Probably voice strikes or shortcuts, things on that, right? Shortcut keys that are voice. So you just kind of memorize them. There's a cutting with one that your struggles with, struggles with. These are voice strikes.
Good. I'm about finished. Yeah.
But I put the 75. It's closer to 75. That is high. Thank you.
So come to order.
All right, we're back on the record. Deputy Scott, you can bring in the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Sherman, you may proceed with your redirect examination.
Sure. Mr. Paul, I forgot to ask you, are you charging us for your time?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. And you have charged for your time in inspecting the house and reviewing and testing the
Yes.
floors?
Mhm.
And how much do you charge an hour?
$400 an hour.
All right. And how much in total have you billed us to date?
4 invoices totaling $11,000 even, I believe.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
4 invoices totaling $11,000.
Can we please take a look at Exhibit 281 that's already been admitted into evidence? Would you take a look at 281? I've been told it's not in evidence yet. Would you take a look at 281?
Yes,
And are you familiar with what is being shown in that photograph?
I am, yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with that scene?
Yes,
Okay. And does that photograph reasonably and accurately depict what is shown?
absolutely.
Okay. And when you were in the house in August of 2024, did you see what is depicted in that photograph?
I did.
Okay. Can we show that, please? Wait a minute. I moved to admit 281. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I've lost you.
This is photograph 281.
It's in that book. It should be. Maybe it's the other one. Could be in the one Mr. Patterson.
This list goes to 254.
It's in the 244 dot
Right.
section,
It's in the 300 under one exhibit,
244,
240.
That's it. Mr. Patterson has it.
So what's your number?
281.
280. No objection.
All right, submitted.
What are we looking at here, Mr. Paul?
This is a broadside view of the 8 board rows that are cupped and the subsequent rows of flooring installed to the right of those cup rows going all the way across that are not exhibiting cupping.
Okay. And is that in the kitchen area?
It is.
And is that an area where new hardwood floors were installed?
It was, yes.
Is that your tape on the floor?
It is my tape, yes.
The cupping is to the left and the non-cupped floors are to the right?
I tested both areas, yes.
All right. And is the cupping in that kitchen, as you're facing the back wall on the left-hand side in that corner?
It is.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Mr. Paul, did you go in the basement and see the joist that you described?
I did.
Did you see that AquaGuard had done some work down in the basement?
I was told that they had come in, yes, and I saw evidence of that, yes.
Did you see the leak in the ceiling in the, see the stain in the ceiling in the kitchen?
I did, yes.
And did that stain indicate to you that there'd been some leakage, some water leaking or fluid leaking to the ceiling?
Yes, it's indicative of water damage, actually. Water has stained what is
Could have been an external source of water,
could have been, likely, yes,
likely.
likely,
That would account for the 8 boards with the higher.
without destructive testing. As I said previously, I don't make any assumptions. It has to be proven through destructive testing, which means I get in there and start pulling stuff apart and making a real mess. And I did not have that permission. I didn't even ask for it.
I understand, sir. I didn't ask you if it did. I asked you if the water that caused the stain in the ceiling
Right?
could have been the source of the higher moisture resulting in cupping.
It's possible.
One or more of the pictures were of the foyer area. You identify them as the foyer area.
Yes,
That was original hardwood flooring.
it was. Yes.
So that flooring had been there 50 years.
It had not been replaced, so I'm assuming it was of the age of the house. Yes.
So whatever the condition of that flooring was, may have existed for years before. It was not necessarily a new condition.
It was a new condition in that when you resand and refinish a floor, you take all of that out. The new wood filler that was present, that is the new wood filler that we're seeing the gaps everywhere else besides the kitchen.
And wood filler is a common substance used in installing flooring, correct?
Yeah, for sanding and finishing, yes. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, can this one just be excused, Mr. Sherman?
I have nothing further for Mr. Paul. May he be excused?
Mr. Pye?
Picture.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. Mr. Sherman, you may call your next witness.
The defendant's called Mark Cordell.
Right here. You swear affirm the testimony that this case you should give is the truth and that the truth will help you.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
While speaking clearly in mind, would you please state your name and spell your name for the court?
My name is Mark Cordle, Cordle, first name Terry with a T.
Mr. Cordell, good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to let you know, to orient you, I've got exhibit books up there. May I approach your honor? I want to kind of get it settled. Thank you. All right, I'm getting my book settled. And I wanted to let you know, we're on a shot clock. We're on the right-hand side.
Okay.
So I want us to try to get through this as efficiently as we can. Mr. Cordell, would you tell us whether you inspected the Richmond's home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you inspect the Richmond's home to see that whether there are any construction issues with the renovation work done by BMC Construction?
Yes, I did.
And are you prepared today to tell us about any construction issues you found?
I certainly am.
All right. And Mr. Cordell, would you mind taking a look at Exhibit 87 in the exhibit book?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recognize Exhibit 87 as your CV?
Yes, I do.
Is your CV current?
Yes, it is.
Does it accurately list your credentials?
It does.
Your Honor, I'll offer Exhibit 87 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Mr. Cordell, would you please tell us about your experience as a home inspector?
Sure. I'm a previously licensed home builder, and I was in the construction industry for many years, both in remodeling and home building. I transitioned into home inspections about 1999. I went back to school, got some certifications through the International Code Council, which qualify me as a inspector recognized by the state of Georgia. I am licensed as an inspector in South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee. I am a certified code inspector through the Tennessee Fire Marshal's Office. And I worked with Fulton County for quite a few years as a senior building inspector, both residential and commercial work.
So how many years total do you think you've been in the home inspection field?
About 25, give or take.
And during that time, how many homes do you think you've inspected?
Thousands, including my work with the government. If I had to guess, I would say over 3,000 properties.
Based on your training and experience as a home builder and a home inspector, are you familiar with the standard of care that's ordinarily employed by home builders?
Yes, I am.
Right. And based on your training and experience in home construction and as a home inspector, are you familiar with what is acceptable professional conduct for a home builder?
As related to the scope of work and quality of work and things of that nature, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, defendants tender Mr. Cordell as an expert on the inspection of homes and identification of construction defects, and we ask for permission to examine Mr. Cordell as an expert.
No objection.
You may proceed.
All right, Mr. Cordell, let's talk about your inspection and what you found. Were you asked to inspect the construction renovations and improvements at the Richmond's home at 1735 Marlborough Drive?
Yes, I was.
All right, and did you go to the property for your inspection?
Yes, I did.
How many times have you visited the Richmond's home?
I have been there 4 times, once in 2024 in November, and then twice in 3 times in 2025, February, March, and October.
Can you describe for us what you did during those inspections?
Yes, I can. The first inspection was a general inspection of the work that had been performed on the home at Marlborough in relation to a reconstruction effort. The work was a little bit more intense than just a remodeling. Substantial amount of work performed, and I provide a very objective inspection. I look at what was done. I take measurements. I use a level, and I put together a report that shows the conditions that were present. The second trip that I made was with a qualified estimator to go through the home and to share the findings that I had. And it also gave me a second chance to wrap my head around it. It's a substantial home with a substantial amount of issues. The third trip that I went was with the estimator and also with a fella, I believe it was Adam Schul with Premier Windows, to discuss issues in particular with window installation in the home. And then the last time I went was to take a sample of what appeared to be fungal growth in the garage area.
Mr. Corliss, can I direct your attention to the exhibit book, exhibits 88 and 89?
Yes, sir.
Recognize 88 and 89 as the original inspection report you prepared, and then 89 as the addendum.
That's correct. They are.
Your Honor, I'm not going to offer these reports into evidence, but I would like permission to allow the witness to review them as a past recollection recorded.
All right, you can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Cordell, let's take a look first at Exhibit 88. Was this your initial inspection report?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and when was that prepared?
The document was completed on and ready for publishing on the 6th of February, 2025.
Okay. And you issued your first report about 3 months after the inspection?
That's correct. I was at the property on the 7th of November, 2024.
Okay. And in preparing your report, did you refer to any notes or materials?
Yes, and to clarify that, when I did the inspection, I was looking at the static conditions present. Then when I got into doing the report, I relied on additional references to provide the information.
Did you take photographs when you went to the house?
I certainly
And
did.
did you review those when you did your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with the codes that apply to the renovation work that was performed by BMC Construction at the Richmond's home?
Yes.
And can you tell us what building codes apply and what you reviewed in preparing your report?
Certainly. The first and foremost was the 2018 International Building Code. Also the National Electrical Code, the International Plumbing Code, and the International Energy Conservation Code. Those are all mandatory codes that are required of any home modification for a property in the state of Georgia.
And are those minimum codes?
They are minimum.
Okay. And should the builder comply with those applicable codes as part of the standard of care?
Absolutely. It's the builder's responsibility to know and adhere to the codes.
Okay. Mr. Cordell, can you walk us through your inspection report? Did you go through the house room by room?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do first?
I did a general walkthrough in the home to get an idea of what the scope of work was and, to get familiar with it. And then I conducted the inspection by myself. I went to the attic. I went in each room that had had work done. I checked doors, windows, general conditions. I went to the basement, and then I went to the exterior.
Looking at the exterior, which I think is the first item in your report, did you notice anything there that was an issue?
Yes, there were several issues with the exterior. We noticed that the deck rail pickets were incorrectly spaced. The International Residential Code has a limit of 4 inches on the space in between the vertical pickets, and that's a safety related thing. They don't want it too big because a small child could stick his head through. I noticed that there were irregularities with the window installation in regards to head flashing above windows that had been installed. On the initial report, I think the main thing was the pickets on the deck.
Okay. why don't we talk about the next item, the garage?
Sure.
Can you tell us what was going on in the garage?
Yes, there are a couple of things there. The attic framing had been modified so that they could put a closet into the master bathroom. And the building code says that anytime we have an attic space that's over about 30 inches tall, we have to have access to it. So they made a scuttle hole in the ceiling, and it looked like there was just a piece of sheetrock that had been cut out and resecured with screws. There wasn't any evidence of any framing or trim to hold that in place. It was stuck up there, for lack of a better word. On the ceiling itself, light fixtures have been installed, and with the light fixtures, they have to have a junction box for the wiring to go through and connect to the lights. Those junction boxes were left open, so there was a problem with the intended 20-minute fire safety, which is required in a garage. If you ever had a problem in there, you don't want the fire being able to go directly into the attic. Also, there were issues with the window installation. The margins at the these windows had sash replacements, and that's where they replaced the part with the glass in it and also the rails on each side. And these particular windows are very high quality. They're made by a company called Sierra Pacific, which is very good. And they have explicit instructions for the installation that the opening for the windows has to be square and plumb, and you're supposed to check that after you take the original window out, so that when you go back with the new window, everything will be properly aligned. And when these windows were reinstalled, there were very irregular gaps at the perimeter of the frames themselves. I found as I went through the house, there were a lot of the windows that were very difficult to open. I may have actually been able to get some of them to work a little better than they did, but in essence, they were correctly and incorrectly installed.
I hate to do it to you, but we got a big photo exhibit book that's on the floor behind you. I'll see if may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, and it's your witness, you don't have to ask permission.
Two. Mr. Cordell, every photo has a prefix 244, and then we have a number behind it in those books.
Okay.
And so if I say a number, I'm talking about the second number after the decimal. Can you look at 244.5, which will be, I think, in the big book?
I had a 50-50 chance of getting that wrong. Okay, what was the number again?
5.
Okay.
Can I see that? Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in 244.5?
I do.
Okay. And did you take that photograph?
I did.
And are you familiar with what's depicted in there?
Yeah, the issue at hand there is the way the,
Well, let me lay a foundation. We'll get it up on the screen.
Sure.
So does this photograph accurately portray what is being depicted in there?
yes,
All right. Move to admit 244.5.
Date,
Was this taken during your inspection?
which inspection?
yes, it was.
The first inspection?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 244.5.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
Is that in the garage?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at?
That's one of the light fixtures that have been installed. And right in the center of it, you can see the dark area. That was an open junction box.
All right. Is that what you just described to us?
It is.
All right, let's take a look, if you would, at 244.7, and I'll have a few questions for you. Are you familiar with what's shown in 244.7?
Yes, I am.
And is this a photograph you took on your first inspection visit to the home?
It is.
And are you familiar with what's being shown in 244.7?
Yes, sir.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict what is shown?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 244.7.
Admitted.
All right. And Mr. Portal, what are we looking at here?
This is one of the windows that have been installed in the garage by the BMC construction. And if you notice down at the base of the window, there's a narrow margin between the window frame itself and the frame of the window. And then that opens up more in the center of the window so that it's the rail, which is beside the window frame itself, is not plumb. In other words, it's not straight up and down. It's bowed.
All right. Mr. Cordell, have we covered the garage?
With the exception of 244.9.
Can we take a look at that, please? Would you take a look at it and tell me, is this another photograph you took during your inspection?
It is.
And does it, are you familiar with what's shown in that photograph?
I am.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what is being portrayed?
Yes, it does.
All right, move to admit 244.9.
No objection.
Admitted.
And what is shown in 244.9?
Well, the door frame, which is the white vertical piece there, you can see the caulk was only applied about halfway down. The door wasn't fully sealed at the drywall union. And also, as you can see, the wall was partially painted.
All right, let's go up to the attic. Did you inspect the attic?
Yes, I did.
And did you detect any construction issues in the attic?
I did.
And would you tell us about those, please?
Yes, 244.10 is a framing.
Could you tell us about it first and then we'll get into the photographs?
Sure.
Okay,
Sorry,
thanks.
getting ahead of myself here. I found that there were issues with the framing. I found that there was issues with the insulation application. And also I found that there was a problem with the furnace that had been installed in the attic.
All right, and with regard to those items you just mentioned, did they constitute code violations?
Yes.
Okay, and would you give us a little bit more explanation on that?
Sure. The framing above the master bedroom had been modified and elevated as part of the scope of work that the contractor provided, and he modified the support for the roof system in removing or reinstalling some braces at excessive angles. There's a horizontal member that is a brace for the roof called the purlin, and the purlin is supported by struts, which are legs that come down underneath it.
Would it be easier to look at a photograph?
Yes.
All right, would you look at 244.10?
Yes, sir.
And does did you take that photograph?
I did.
And does that photograph, you're familiar with the scene of that photograph, are you not?
I am.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict what is shown?
It does.
Okay, move to admit 244.10.
No objection.
Admitted.
What are we looking at there?
On 244.10, if you notice, there's some new diagonal framing members that framing member that was installed, and that is supporting a roof brace. And that diagonal member is at an excessive angle for the support. Also, the span for the purlin, which is the horizontal brace that is supporting, is limited to a 4-foot span, and it's longer than it should be. And also that purlin was notched the end units of it were not properly supported above a strut.
Would you take a look at 244.13 for me? Please.
Yes,
And is that a photograph you took?
it is.
And does that, you're familiar with the scene depicted in that photograph?
I am.
And does that photograph accurately portray what is being depicted?
It does.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit 244.13.
Okay.
Admitted.
What are we looking at here?
This is expanding foam insulation. They attempted to encapsulate the attic area. And the ductwork, the silver foil ducts were apparently installed before the foam was applied. And as you can see, the foam was applied around the ducts, typically with an installation or application of the foam, they'll take the duct straps loose and apply the foam consistently on the roof decking and then reattach the ducts.
And so is there a problem shown in 244.13?
It's inconsistent depth of the application of the foam, which is required to be at an R20 rating per the state of Georgia. And to achieve that R20 rating, it's got to be, give or take, about 6 inches in depth. And there was no readily visible evidence that that foam had been distributed evenly.
Did you find any missing areas of foam in the attic?
I sure did.
Can we take a look at 244.15? Did you take that photograph
I did.
during your inspection?
I did.
And does that, you're familiar with the scene in that photograph?
I am.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict what is being shown?
It does.
All right, can we please move to admit 244.15?
Okay.
Submitted.
So what is that?
There was plywood flooring installed at the right elevation. And when I say the right elevation, it's as if we're facing the house from the front street. So it'll be over here on the right-hand side. There was flooring that had been installed at some point in time, and it was not removed to apply insulation underneath it. In this photograph, you can actually see some of the original fiberglass insulation. And this is a breach, a substantial breach in the encapsulation of the attic itself.
Mr. Cordell, did you have an understanding on whether the attic was to be used for storage?
With the flooring installed in the attic, yes, it would be considered a storage area.
Okay. What's an ignition barrier?
An ignition barrier is a component that is either applied or installed in the foam product. The foam itself is combustible. It's substantially combustible. So we don't want it to readily burn. So we either apply a coating over it, or if we can verify it, we go to the manufacturer and say, hey, is this included in your product? And it is a code requirement that that ignition barrier be present one way or the other.
Did you find an ignition barrier in the attic?
Not that I could verify.
Did you find a thermal barrier in the attic?
No, and that was a little easier to verify.
Okay. What is a thermal barrier?
A thermal barrier is an application of an additional coating that increases the fire safety. And the building code's very clear on this. It states that if the attic is only accessible for maintenance of the heating and air system, we don't worry about a thermal barrier. But if storage can occur in the attic, it's got to be there. And there are several different applications for a thermal barrier. There are spray-on coatings, which are what most people use because it's the most practical for the situation. The other options are putting sheetrock over it or plywood or something to cover it up to achieve the additional fire protection.
All right. And you said that was easy to verify?
Yeah, the coatings that are sprayed on are a different color. They're usually a dark gray or greenish tint, and they provide the different colorations for the thermal barrier as an indicator for inspectors, and it was not there.
All right, let's come down the attic steps, and we're going to be on the second floor of the home, or not the main level, but the upstairs. In your report, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Cordell.
sorry.
Sure. On page 8.
Okay, I'm on page 8.
And were there Jack and Jill bedroom upstairs?
Yes, there was a Jack and Jill bathroom between two bedrooms.
Correct. I should have clarified. And there's a master bedroom?
That's correct.
All right, and let's talk about one of the first Jack and bedrooms that come into the Jack and Jill bathroom. Would that be the second floor, front right bedroom?
Yes, it would.
And did you find any issues in that room?
I did.
Can you tell us about those?
Sure. I checked the doors first. The entry door from the hallway into the bedroom would not latch. The trim was substantially unlevel. The door frame was not plumb. Here again, when I say plumb, it means straight up and down. There was incomplete paint on the door and trim, and an irregular margin at the perimeter when it was shut. In other words, there was a gap that was larger than what we anticipate or want to see.
Can we take a look at a photograph 244.19?
Yes,
Is this a photograph you took?
it is.
All right, and are you familiar with what's being shown in that photograph?
Yes, I am.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what's being portrayed?
It is.
Move to admit 244.19.
Okay.
What is that, Mr. Cordell?
That's a picture of my 4-foot level, and it's at the door frame to the bedroom, and it's showing how out of plumb it is. In other words, that door frame's not straight up and down. There's a significant gap. I use an old school, it's called a spirit level, where you can see there's a bubble on the glass there, and that bubble has to be aligned between the two marks. And so my level is straight up and down, but as you can see to the left of my level, there's a substantial gap there.
Let's take a look, if you would, at photograph 244.20. Is this a photograph you took?
It is.
All right, and you're familiar with what's being shown in that photograph?
I am.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what is being shown?
It is.
Move to admit 244.20.
Admitted.
And what is that, Mr. Cordell?
This is one of the windows in that second floor bedroom that we've been talking about, the door.
And do you detect any issues in that photograph?
Yes,
What do you see?
this is basically the same issue that we found in the garage where the jamb on the window is not plumb. It's bowed. There was a substantial gap there.
Can we take a look, please, at 244.23?
Yes,
And is that a photograph you took?
it is.
And are you familiar with what's being shown in that photograph?
I am.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what is being shown?
It is.
Move to admit 244.23.
Okay.
Admitted.
And what is being shown here, Mr. Cordell?
That's one of the windows in the same bedroom, and the latch for the window would not fully engage.
And is that a problem?
It is. It's another indication of the windows not being installed per the manufacturer's requirements.
Mr. Cordell, in the upstairs bedrooms, did you detect other issues with the windows?
Yes, I did. Other than the window that wouldn't latch and the jam not being plumb, the irregular margin, the check rails were not aligned. And the check rail is the center part of the window. You got the upper sash, the lower sash, and where that latch is, that's called the check rail. And the check rail was offset. It was not level all the way across.
Can you take a look at 244.28?
Yes,
And is that a photograph you took?
it is.
And are you familiar with what's being shown in that photograph?
I am.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of what's being shown?
It is.
Move to admit 244.28.
Amen.
Is that a check rail?
That's the check rail.
All right. And what are you pointing to there?
The variation in the alignment of the top sash and the bottom sash, it's cocked, meaning that the window itself is not square, straight up and down, level, the way the manufacturer specifies. And what that allows is when the window's closed, A, you can't latch it, and B, the seals on the windows are not evenly engaged.
And Mr. Cordell, when you were in the house, did you try to open the windows in the bedroom?
I did.
And how did that go?
Challenging. A lot of the windows were stuck. So, I was able with a little bit of effort to get the windows to open, but they should have been easily operable.
Okay. When you say operable in the term of windows, what does that mean to you?
Well, the building code says that windows in a bedroom have to be operable. And the reason for that is fire escape safety. They should be able to function as intended by the manufacturer. I'm a pretty good big guy and I'm able to lean on things a little bit. But if it had been a 12-year-old kid in there, they might not have been able to open it. So I did not consider it to be operable as intended.
Mr. Cordell, let's talk about the right rear bedroom on the other side of that front bedroom on page 8 and 9 of your report. Did you see any issues in that bedroom?
I did.
And tell us what you observed.
To start with, the entry door was in a closed position. The margins around the perimeter were very irregular. Gaps that were large or small. The trim on the door was not level. The top of the trim at the very head of the door was substantially unlevel, as were the sides of the door. And this door was not closing firmly. I was able to get it to latch, but it was very, very loose. I checked the windows. We had a similar situation as with the other ones where we had an irregular margin at the perimeter. There were a lot of cosmetic issues, and it looked like somebody had actually pried on the windows with a screwdriver or chisel. There were dents present, and it's a new window. Also, the rear right window was stuck. I could not get that window open. I didn't want to force it. I might not be able to get it to close. And also here again, as with the other bedroom, the check rails were not aligned. There were a lot of cosmetic issues with the trim, the wood trim in the room, with the crown molding and around the doors. The trim was not fully painted, and there were a lot of cosmetic issues with the walls.
Mr. Cordell, let's get into the bathroom, that Jack and Jill bathroom. And can you tell us if you detected any construction problems there?
I did. There were quite a few doors in that bathroom, 5 pocket doors and one front and one rear entry. And The pocket doors were very, very difficult to operate, and the doors were binding. The front door, I had a heck of a time getting it to open after it locked. There were a lot of cosmetic issues with the doors, dents, incomplete hardware. And here again, the trim was not level. And there are national standards that we go by when I talk about trim being level and plumb. It's not just an arbitrary thing that I point out.
So when you talk about trim, are you indicating that what you saw was not in compliance with those standards?
Yes,
Okay. And let's take a look at one of those. Can you take a look at 244.37? Are
yes,
you
sir.
familiar with that photograph?
I am.
Did you take it in your inspection?
I did.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what's being shown?
It is.
All right, move to admit 244.37.
Okay.
Submitted.
So tell us about the trim.
That is one of many locations where trim had been installed, but it had not been finished. As you can see, the nail holes have not been puttied. The trim has not been painted. And there's a bit of an irregular gap at the wall union of the piece on the left-hand side.
Did you detect anything with the shower in the
Oh, I did.
bathroom? Would you take a look at exhibits? Let's do 244.39 and 40. And did you take those photographs in your inspection?
I did.
You're familiar with what's being shown?
Yes, I am.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what is being shown?
They do.
Move to admit 39 and 40.
Objection.
Submitted.
Let's look at 39. What is that?
That's a picture of the wall tile in the shower of the Jack and Jill bathroom. And as you can see, the edges of the tile, the horizontal edges, are not aligned. It's offset. The one, especially the one in the center, it's sticking up considerably.
And are there any specifications that should apply to that shower?
In a shower, it's very critical to get the tile aligned because it has more water saturation issues. And we go by standards from the National or the Tile Council of North America for our installation standards. And basically they want these tiles aligned so that they will seal properly. And typically when we see a tile that's offset like that, there's usually a couple of things that can occur during the installation that can cause that.
And what are those?
And keep in mind, I didn't tear anything apart. I'm looking at it at face value, but if the tile installer used a quick thin set, it's a very rapidly drying adhesive, and he got the tile on the wall, but then he couldn't come back and adjust it as he went up, it may have set prematurely and there was no effort to correct the problem. The other thing that can cause that is that when you put the adhesive on the wall, you use a trowel that has notches in it that are a certain depth, 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 inch, 1/2 an inch, depending on the application. And if you use the wrong trowel where the adhesive is too deep, then it allows the tile to slide a little bit instead of being stuck where you want it to be. And that's where you end up with margins being off like that.
Let's take a look at 40. Was that another picture of the shower?
It is. And is it okay to talk?
Sure.
Okay. A little bit different issue there. The tiles weren't flush. In other words, they were offset a little bit. And here again, we go by the specifications from the Tile Council of North America. That's our rule book for this. And it says that we don't want any tile that are offset more than about a 1/16 of an inch. And here again, that's for the waterproofing and to keep moisture from penetrating. And these were more than a 1/16 of an inch.
Okay. And did you take a look at the sink fixture and the toilet in the bathroom?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure.
I'm
Looking
lost
at
in
page 13 of your report,
Yeah.
did
thank
you look at the sink and the toilet?
I sure did.
And were there any problems detected there?
There were.
And what did you see?
With the sink, and this application was pretty much uniform through the house. These are undermount sinks. In other words, you got your countertop and then the sink adheres to the bottom of the countertop. And from a functional standpoint, where the bowl attaches to the countertop, that connection at the interior of the bowl is supposed to be caulked and sealed. And the reason being, you don't want splash up or toothpaste or whatever getting back up under there causing bacteria growth. So it's a very simple thing, but it's a caulk application. Now on these sinks in the house, they used apparently a epoxy adhesive to adhere the sinks to the countertop, but they did not install metal brackets to secure it. They're just relying on the epoxy to hold it there. And the epoxy was visible on the outside of the bowl. We don't care about that. That's not the concern that we have. It's inside of the bowl itself. With the toilets are supposed to be sealed at the floor. And the reason being, if the toilet overflows and you get wastewater going everywhere, you don't want it getting back up under the toilet where you can't reach it and clean it. And these pretty consistent through the house, the toilets were sealed, but only on 3 sides. We're missing a little bit.
All right. Did you go back and check the toilets after you did your first inspection?
I did.
All right. And what did you find then?
Found I made the comment when I did the initial inspection that the toilets weren't sealed properly. And I went back and I took additional photos of why they weren't sealed properly.
All right. Let's talk about the master bedroom. Did you inspect the master bedroom?
I did.
All right. And what, if any, issues did you find there?
Pretty consistent with the other rooms so far. There were excessive gaps at the perimeter of the door when it was closed, the entry door going in, incomplete paint finish, various cosmetic issues with the trim, dents and whatnot. The entry door frame was not square, the trim was not level, and the frame was not plumb. In other words, it was cocked a little bit. Wasn't level, wasn't straight up and down.
Did you look at the bathroom in the master?
I do.
All right. Can you take a look at 244.61?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that photograph? Did you take it?
I did.
And does the scene depicted fairly and accurately, is it correct?
It
What's
is.
being shown? Move to admit 244.61.
Submitted.
What are we looking at here, Mr. Cordell?
This is the wall tile in the master bathroom shower. And this was a pretty unique situation. We had, if I remember correctly, 3 tile in a row that had a horizontal crack in them. And that was about halfway up the wall. The cracks of, I did not find any evidence of impact, like something had hit it. And usually if you have an impact situation, you're going to have 1 tile that's damaged at that point, but not 3 that are cracked all the way through. And the crack was through the tile and also through the grout, which was, like I say, it was very, very odd. This typically is not something that just happens. I mean, tile's pretty rigid. The tile is supported by a cement backer board on the back side of that. And that cement backer board is supported by wood framing. And when I see irregular cracks like this in a location where you certainly don't inspect it and there's no visible causation, then it is apparent that something has moved structurally, either the substrate that the tile's attached to or the framing that is supporting the substrate. Now, that could have been caused by moisture intrusion into the substrate. It could have been caused by framing that was incorrect.
Does it appear that something struck the tile?
No,
And why do you say that?
I found no point of impact.
If it had been a strike of a hammer or something hitting that, what would you expect the crack to look like?
It would have been more of a shatter,
Okay.
and it would have been more isolated to one location where it was hit.
Would you take a look at 244.63, 64, and 65? And did you take these photographs?
I did.
And are you familiar with what's being shown in those photographs?
I am.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict what's being shown?
They do.
Move to admit 63, 64, and 65.
Yes.
Submit.
All right, is this a sink in the master?
It is.
And is there any issue with that photograph?
From a plumbing code standpoint, yes.
What is that?
The union of the sink to the countertop was not properly sealed at the perimeter at that union.
All right. And does that mean there are gaps?
Yes.
Okay.
There's where that union occurs, the sink's beveled a little bit, so you've got a gap at the rim.
Let's take a look at 244.64. Is there any issue shown in that photograph?
Yes, the same issue where there were caulk issues at the perimeter of the sink.
And pardon me, go ahead.
Also, it's my understanding that these sinks were supposed to be a concealed reveal. In other words, the union of the sink to the countertop should not have been readily visible. The homeowners had requested that countertop extend over the sink a little bit so that you don't see that lip.
Okay. And so what do these photographs show of the sink?
That the reveal itself is right at the edge. It's not concealed.
Okay. Let's talk about the laundry room. That's on the second floor, right?
Yes.
What issues, if any, did you find in the laundry room?
Various issues with the door, including cosmetic issues, dents, incomplete finish. Also, the door frame was not square or plumb. In other words, it was cocked. There was no visible floor drain, and there was not a drip pan installed under the washing machine. When you have a washing machine on the second floor, you like to take precautions to ensure that if it leaks, it's not going to mess up your ceiling down below. And there was no drip pan. There was no visible drain at that time.
Did you later hear the drain might be under the washing machine?
Yes, I did.
And on a later visit, did you pull back the washing machine?
I did.
Was there a drain there?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any issue with the dryer vent in the bathroom, in the laundry room?
Yes, it's the duct for the dryer was routed through the attic. In other words, it was going uphill. And typically, you're going to have a duct assist fan that's going to create more suction. And that does a couple of things. It helps to ensure that all the lint gets out. And, if you don't have that, then when the dryer shuts off, the lint that's inside that duct's going to settle back down to the base, and eventually it can cause a blockage. And lint is a substantial fire hazard. With the windows, we found additional cosmetic issues. Under cabinet lighting had been requested, my understanding, by the homeowners. It had not been installed. There were actually holes cut in the sheetrock in the walls that had not been repaired. Also, it's my understanding that the light fixture from the ceiling had originally been installed not symmetrical with the window. That light fixture had been moved, but the damage that was occurred to the drywall in doing so had not been repaired.
All right, can you take us in the hallway now, upstairs, and then down the steps?
Yes.
All right, tell us about that.
Second floor hallway, there were a lot of cosmetic issues. There was inconsistent paint on the trim and the walls. The light fixtures were not, the recessed light fixtures were not flush with the ceiling. There was a gap. Various issues with the trim. The guardrails had irregular and substandard paint application, and it's my understanding that the paint was reported to be incorrect for what had been requested.
When you're standing in that hallway upstairs, can you see the doors to the other bedrooms all
yeah.
at once?
Yes, sir.
Were they the same height?
No,
What were they different heights?
they were.
All right. Did it appear unusual to you?
It did. Usually you're going to have your doorways symmetrical where everything's level.
All right. And how about coming down the steps? Any problems?
The steps themselves, irregular paint application, substandard paint application. These handrails and stair rails were consistent with the age of the home, but they had finishes applied, to my
right.
understanding.
Can you talk to us about you're down the steps now. We're looking at the front door and we're in the foyer.
Yes.
Can you tell us about those areas? Did you detect any construction issues?
Yeah, the front door was not centered in the door frame or in the wall. It was offset a little bit to one side, and the trim installation was very substandard. There's a photo that we have of one of the trim sections that had about 20 nails in a 6-inch piece. It looked like they were trying to pull the frame or the trim into one direction to make it level, and they were using a lot of nails to try to accomplish that. It's the only thing I could figure.
All right. And let's talk about the living room in the front, which is on page 24 of your report.
The windows here again, similar issues to what I found throughout the home. Irregular margins at the perimeters when closed, a lot of cosmetic issues and dents. I was not able to fully open one window. It was binding. There was damage to the window frames. Here again, looked like somebody had been prying on them with a screwdriver or chisel. And here again, the check rails weren't aligned, so the windows were not installed square, plumb, and level.
And those issues you just described, did you find those similar issues in the front left dining room?
I did.
Okay. And let's talk about the family room in the first floor on page 26. What issues did you find there?
With the trim, there were a lot of cosmetic issues and dents. It's my understanding that this opening had been expanded as part of the scope of the reconstruction of this home. And they put new trim or casings around the opening that was created. And the trim and casings were substantially out of plumb, and it wasn't straight up and down. And that's the main focal point when you come into the house too, through the front door, you're looking right at it.
All right, let's talk about the first floor bathroom. What issues did you find there?
Similar trim issues where we had incomplete finish, dents, incorrect installation. There was one piece of trim that the baseboard was about 2 inches shorter than it should have been. The door frame was not plumbed, the trim was not level, and the hardware was incomplete. It was, I don't remember right offhand, missing a component.
Was there a problem with the toilet in that bathroom?
Yes, this was a situation where the waste pipe for the toilet had not been installed the correct distance from the wall. So instead of moving that waste pipe a little bit so the toilet would fit properly, they went ahead and installed with the back of it, recessed into the wall and apparently cut the baseboard for it to fit back in there. It was not sealed. And like I said before, if you ever have a toilet overflow, which it does happen, unfortunately, there is no way you're going to be able to get back in there and clean it.
Can we take a look at, if you would take a look at photograph 344.394, it may not be in that book. 394.
Got it.
Is that a photograph you took?
It is.
All right, and are you familiar with what's being depicted there?
I am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction?
It is
Move to
very
admit
accurate.
394.
Mr. Pye? 394? It's admitted.
Was that toilet in the main bathroom, in that downstairs bathroom?
It is.
And then what are you showing there?
The toilet's actually recessed to the wall at the rear. You can see where they cut out the baseboard to get the toilet to fit instead of moving the waste pipe and getting the toilet to install properly.
All right, and while we're talking about toilets, I want to go back upstairs for just a second to the master bathroom. I believe we already admitted 244.65. Yes, can we put that up, please, Nicole? Is that in the master bathroom or a water closet in the master?
It is.
And what's being shown there?
That is the toilet that was installed, and as you can see, it's not centered in the room. It's offset substantially. Similar situation as in the first floor bathroom where the waste pipe was not installed at the right location.
Should it be centered?
It should be.
All right. And is there a bedroom on the first floor on page 29 of your report?
Yes, there is.
And what issues, if any, did you see in the bedroom?
The pocket door in that bedroom was binding. It was splayed at the bottom. In other words, it was open more than it should have been. And it seemed to be pinching at the top. It was binding. Windows, same thing we've got at the other rooms where there's incorrect gaps at the perimeter, and also the check rails were not aligned, so it was not square. With the trim, same thing we've got in the other rooms. Various cosmetic issues and dents, incomplete finish, and the walls and ceilings, there were various cosmetic issues.
All right, let's talk about the kitchen on page 30 of your report. Did you find any issues with the kitchen?
I did.
Can you tell us about those, please?
Yes, starting with the trim, here again, a lot of cosmetic issues. The passage at the rear of the kitchen, where you go from the kitchen into the dining room, the cased opening was not square or level. It was cocked. The cabinets, they had requested low voltage wiring be installed from what I understand, and it looked like that was added after the fact, and not in a very professional fashion. The wiring was exposed in the cabinet or under the cabinet. Pre-wiring for the low voltage would have been concealed, but that was not provided. They did install a kitchen vent hood over the oven, and for whatever reason, I guess where the location of the vent terminated above the roof, it's right at a location where water drips on it. So anytime it's raining, they're getting a thump, thump, thump sound. I did not hear that because it wasn't raining when I was there, but it was noted. Walls and ceilings, cosmetic issues, recessed lights that were not flush with the ceiling.
Is there a keeping area in that kitchen?
There is.
All right. And is that area where new hardwood floors were installed?
It is.
Did you find any issues there?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that?
There were picture windows installed at the rear corner, and those windows were not at the same height. Also, the gap between the windows was not symmetrical. It was open at one end and narrower at the other. There were various cosmetic issues and dents with the trim and the windows. The bench seat that had been built in the corner was not aligned. There was a large gap present. Substandard crown molding installation, large gaps at the miter joints, incomplete finish and caulk, and substandard exterior door trim installation, and it was not finished.
So was there evidence of any moisture damage there?
Yes, there was on the ceiling.
Okay. And you're looking at that keeping room on what side is it? If you're facing the back wall?
That's correct. It's the area to the left of the deck door or the front of the deck door.
Okay. And so, do you know what's on the opposite side of that wall where you saw water damage?
Yes, there was a discoloration, some type of substance on the wall opposite of that inside of the garage, and it appeared to be fungal growth, mold. So I took a tape lift sample of that mold, and I took it to EMSL Laboratories in Marietta, and they did an analysis on it. And it was a mold species called Cladosporium. And Cladosporium it typically loves moisture damaged building materials, and drywall is one of its favorite things to grow on when it gets wet.
Did you look at the first floor powder room?
I did.
And were there any issues there?
Yeah, doorknob was not installed. The doorknob opening appeared to be in an incorrect location. There were various issues with the trim. Here again, cosmetic issues. The crown molding was not aligned with the front right wall corner. Various cosmetic issues with the walls and ceilings. Throughout the house, I could not confirm that the floor tile in the bathrooms had been sealed, which is typically done with a penetrating sealant, so that if you drop something like makeup or a glass of red wine or something, it's not going to stain the grout. The toilet in this room also was not fully sealed, 3 sides of it, but they missed the 4th.
Mr. Cordell, when you're talking about things in the house such as the trim and the toilets not being sealed, are those things palpable and visible to your eye?
The trim, yes. The toilet, the correct way to inspect it's to get down on your hands and knees and look, which is
Okay.
what I did.
You can see it, but you got to get down on the floor.
That's it.
Okay. Same thing with the other cosmetic issues. Are those palpable and visible?
Yes, they
All
are.
right. Let's talk about the mudroom on page 33. Any issues there?
Yes, we had door issues. The pocket door would not remain in a closed position. In other words, you shut it, it'd want to open on its own. We call that a ghost door. Interesting, in one of the photographs, the doors were at a substantially different height. They could have been installed the same. There was incomplete closet door hardware installation. incomplete trim installation on the window, various cosmetic dents with the trim, large gaps at the crown molding at the corner, various cosmetic issues with the walls and ceiling, incomplete paint and finish. And here again, I couldn't tell if the tile work had been sealed or not.
All right, I'm gonna get you finished before lunchtime, okay?
Okay.
So let's keep moving. Let's go down to the basement. What issues, if any, did you see in the basement?
The basement, the floor structure for the first floor had been modified to accommodate an elevator shaft and also to add a closet and also to add windows at the back of it and the side. And there were issues with the modifications that had been made. A wood post had been added supporting a steel I-beam. And you can't just add a post to support major structural load without having a footing beneath it. The concrete slab in a home is typically going to be 3.5 inches thick. And for proper support of point loads like that, you're typically going to cut out the concrete and install a footing, in most cases 12 inches deep and at least 12 by 12, if not 24 by 24. There was no indication that that concrete had been modified at all.
Can you take a look at exhibit? You may have to go back to the first book. I'm sorry. It's 121. 244, 121.
Okay. Sorry, it's taking a minute. Who took all these pictures?
We're all guilty.
Yeah, well, a lot to look at.
Did you take 121?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, are you familiar with what's being shown in 121?
I am.
Did you take that during your inspection?
I did.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what's being shown?
It is.
Move to admit 121.
Objection.
Admitted.
Let's show that, Nicole. What am I looking at?
That's framing that has been modified for the elevator shaft that I mentioned, and you can see how, for lack of a better term, it's cobbled together. There's studs there without a top plate at the base of the steel beam, and you really want a top plate on there for uniform load distribution for the studs. The top plate to the right of those vertical studs was just straight cut and butted into the steel beam. And there's a little block there tying the studs back to the door framing. I considered it to be very substandard and irregular.
Is that a code violation?
That would be a judgment call. I do not believe the loads were properly supported. So as a building inspector, I would say yes, and I would have requested modification.
Was the framing system in the basement altered
Yes,
as part of this renovation?
yes.
All right, because we've heard questions about what was there before and what's not, what's new, or what was done to change it. Have you ever heard the phrase, if you touch it, you own it?
Absolutely.
What does that mean in the inspection and construction world?
You can't partially modify a system and leave other things that are not code compliant. And with this house, there were some items that were typical for the age of the home, but with the modifications that were made, when it's all tied in together, the system should have been brought to current code compliance. And I don't use the term brought up to code because code's minimum. You're not supposed to go any lower than code.
Can you please tell me, well, did you go back into the basement on a second visit?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any problems there?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice there?
Several things. And keep in mind, the first visit, I'm looking at a whole lot of stuff that the contractor had done on the upper floors. I've got a limitation on how long I can stay focused, so we cut it there. I went back the second time. It gave me an opportunity to pick up where I left off. And anytime you have lumber in contact with concrete, it's supposed to be pressure treated lumber. Concrete's pretty much a wet, dry sponge. It absorbs moisture, and you don't want the materials that are in contact with it to rot. There were materials that were not pressure treated in contact with concrete at the right elevation where a closet had been framed in. And also at the rear elevation where windows had been installed, they had actually framed in, and it looked like added some concrete around it where the non-pressure treated lumber was embedded in concrete, raw material for the application. Modifications have been made to the floor support system in the area of a right elevation chimney that have been removed. The beam supporting the floor joist at that location was not properly supported at the end. And at a beam at the right elevation where the elevator shaft had been done, and at the chimney area over there, when the house was built, they used, it's called a ribbon strip, and it's a piece of 2x4 that the floor joists are notched around, and it rests on that. And back in the day, that was a typical way of doing it. Today, we don't do that anymore. You can't notch the depth of a joist that much because it reduces the load bearing capacity, and you want it supported. Those modifications had not been made when this work was done.
When you went back to the house the second time, who was there?
Lisa Wagner, who is a qualified estimator and also a master home builder.
And did anybody else visit the house that day?
No, not that I
Okay.
recall.
Did you ever meet with Adam Scholl?
I did.
Who's Adam Scholl?
He was with Premier Windows and Doors, who I believe that company supplied the windows and doors for this project, or Sierra Pacific had made it, but they were a supplier in the chain there.
And did you and Lisa have a conversation with Mr. Scholl about the windows?
We certainly did.
And what did you discuss?
Well, we wanted to get a clarification on some things because I went through and I pointed out a whole bunch of stuff that was wrong. And we wanted to make sure we were on solid ground about where we were going with this. And we evaluated all the issues with the windows. And we came to a conclusion that the windows had to be removed to fix everything. They were installed incorrectly. Mr. Schul agreed with that at the time, that he saw no alternative. And I brought up the point, well, okay, that voids the manufacturer's warranty. The manufacturer says that the windows have to be installed plumb, square, and level, which they weren't. And the manufacturer also says if you take our windows out and reinstall them, your warranty's void.
Mr. Cordell, I might jump back to the attic real quick. Do you recall looking at the HVAC system up there?
Oh, I do.
Okay. And do you recall what efficiency it was?
Yes, I do.
What was it?
About 82%, the lowest that is allowable for an installation in the state of Georgia.
Was that a problem?
Well, it is. In the estimate that I had read, which the estimator will get into that, so I'm going to stay in my lane, but it was originally spec'd out on this project to have 3 high efficiency gas furnaces, and high efficiency meaning 92% or better. That has a direct vent, and it has exterior combustion air coming in, which that would be the right application for the attic. They put an 82% furnace in up there, which that draws combustion air from the attic. What's the problem with that? You paid a lot of money to supposedly encapsulate this attic to make it energy efficient. But when you have an 82% furnace up there, you're sucking air to burn for your furnace to work. And you depressurize that attic and you're sucking air out of the interior that you paid to heat or cool. So you were defeating the purpose of what you're trying to do. That was one issue. Number 2, in the basement, there was one high efficiency furnace for the first floor. And then the one for the basement was a heat pump. It was not a high efficiency furnace.
Mr. Cordell, Are you aware the Richmond's home was built before 1978?
Yes,
All right. And when renovating a home built before 1978, do you have to consider whether the home contains lead-based paint?
absolutely.
Okay. And what is necessary to do there in terms of testing?
In the preliminary planning for this project, the lead paint should have been tested by a certified lead-based testing agent.
And what about asbestos? Is that a concern in homes built before 1978?
Absolutely.
And what should be done there?
That should have been tested as well.
All right. And you're being paid to be here, aren't you?
Yes,
You're not free.
no.
Okay. And how do you charge for your time, Mr. Cordell?
My courtroom testimony is based on $4.95 an hour, and my field work and evaluations $2.75 an hour.
And how much have you billed the Richmond so far?
Including being here today, somewhere in the neighborhood of $15,000.
Okay. And you mentioned you went back out to the house. Did you go back out there recently?
Yes,
Okay. Within the last couple of weeks?
yes,
Okay.
in October.
Can we take a look at Exhibit 244.399? I'm afraid it's going to be in the smaller photo book. 399.
Two, four, four.
399. It's probably one of the last ones.
You're right.
All right.
Got it.
Are you familiar with the photograph in 399?
I am.
And have you seen that before in one of your visits?
Yes,
Okay. And is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted?
it is.
Okay. Move to admit 399.
Admitted.
What is that, Mr. Cordell?
That is a big spot on the garage wall adjacent to where we had moisture intrusion at the interior. And I took a tape lift sample, which was a sanitary piece of tape. You put it on a glass slide. Might have done that in biology class. And I took it to EMSL Laboratories in Marietta, which is an EPA certified and accredited laboratory. They did the analysis on it and it came back for cladosporium. Cladosporium is an allergen. It can cause conditions similar to hay fever. And it loves wet building materials.
Last question. Would you take a look at Exhibit 93? And that's not going to be a photo. That's going to be in your exhibit book.
Got it.
All right. Can you identify that for the record? Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the report from EMSL Laboratories.
Move to admit 93.
Admitted.
Is this the report of the testing of the suspected mold?
It is.
All right. And I'm looking at the classification. What does it say there?
The spore type is cladosporium and the category is high.
Okay.
And there were no other items listed. That was pure cladosporium.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cordell. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, members of the jury. I think we've now reached the point to break for lunch this afternoon. And so I think we would take 1 hour unless there are any strenuous objections. And so with that, I'll ask you to be back at 1 o'clock, ready to go. Please don't discuss with anyone the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research about anything that we've talked about here. All right, with that, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
You want? Oh, goodness.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, unless there's anything to take up on behalf of either party, we'll be in recess and resume at 1 o'clock. We're,
I
all right.
have my witnesses coming in tomorrow morning. Is that?
It's a good point. Let's get an estimate for the afternoon. So feel free to step down, sir, if you're more comfortable. So we're now at the point of cross. You would know best perhaps how much ground you want to or need to cover on cross,
Probably no more than an hour.
right? And so then I believe we had one more expert witness on behalf of the
We
defense.
have one more expert, and I'm gonna try to do that in 40 minutes to save some time for other people.
Okay.
And then I need to put in my attorney's fees. And then I may have a short video to play, but other than that, I'll rest.
All right. And so that I would say at this point, Mr. Pye, it sounds like we're sitting here perhaps at 3 o'clock, kind of like what we talked about yesterday with a good 2 hours to fill. So did you have only one witness you were planning to call in rebuttal or two?
And then I have one expert.
So I'd say at a minimum, we need to have your short witness here for the afternoon.
At 3 o'clock.
That's the best guesstimate I can give you. Yeah. And then I think if we happen to end with just your final expert to go through it, so be it.
Right, sir.
All right. Then with that, we're in recess. Thank you all.
Let's go.
I'll walk out with you.
Okay. $40.
Take an hour. That's 40 minutes. Plus it's 50 minutes. That's what it is. I called Silver. Told him to be here tomorrow morning. He didn't answer that message. I didn't call him in.
Well, I never-
I'm telling you, he had 3 o'clock.
Well, it's the worst case scenario is if it doesn't come down, you can end it on that.
You know.
I was just trying to help them out today. Amazing. That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome. Gosh, I thought she would just get it. Okay. Well, Brenna, we can definitely cover it with like that. As well as another thing, yeah. Yeah. All right, everybody doing okay? I'm fine, we just break for lunch. So. Yeah, we break every day for lunch. Sorry. You don't leave, you just break. Yeah, so I brought my own lunch every day. Another comment? Okay. Yeah. Tonight, run a house practice. Okay. I'm so glad you sound better. Mhm. Thank God. Good, we'll just keep taking your medicine, flushing, all that. Good. All right. Well, I'm gonna eat lunch and get a little work done and I will talk to you guys later. Brenna, have a great day at school, okay? I'm proud of you for doing good. All right. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. I love you. Bye. I am. How are you?
We're back on the record. All parties and counsel are present unless there's anything to address. Deputy Scott, please bring in the jury. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Pye, you may begin your cross-examination when ready.
Mr. Cordell, I'm looking at your resume. Your business is at Chota Home Inspections, Inc.,
That's correct.
and it's in St. Simons.
That's our corporate address, yes.
But I think you said earlier you were in Cleveland and somewhere else you're based. Where's your business office?
We have an office here in Atlanta and one at St. Simons. Glenn County is where we have our business license, and our corporate registration with the state of Georgia reflects that.
All right. All right, and it looks like you went to Lafayette High School, graduated,
Yes, sir.
and you went to North Georgia College in Dahlonega?
That's
Did you
correct.
graduate?
No,
What did you study?
business administration,
And how far did you get?
about junior year. It's been a while, give or take.
Okay, all right. You are not an engineer.
No, sir.
You're not a member of the National Academy of Forensic Engineers.
No, sir.
Have you ever published documents in your profession, other than reports and so forth, but for dissemination to fellow professionals?
No, sir.
Okay. Chota Home Inspections is a home inspection company, right?
That's correct.
That's what you do,
That's what I did do.
what you did do.
Yeah. No longer provide home inspections.
Okay, when did you stop that?
Approximately January of this year
Okay. How come?
because of what I do now. And secondly, I've gotten a little bit older and my days of crawling in attics and crawl spaces are about done.
See. Now, how did you become acquainted with the Richmonds or their lawyer?
Through Mr. Sherman, and I don't recall how he came across my information.
Had you ever had done business with him before?
No, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Sherman called you and asked if you were available to provide services to his client, Mr. and Ms. Richmond.
That's correct.
Okay. And you made 4 visits. The first, right about a year ago, November of last year, to the house.
That's correct.
And then 3 visits since then, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have produced two reports, the first dated February 6, 2025, and that was based on your November of 24 inspection. And then a more recent report dated June 7, 2025, based on your inspections in February and March, right?
That's correct, and I did provide additional information with the mold testing that was done in October.
Okay, the mold testing was done this month?
Yes,
Okay. And you took that mold sample when you visited the house, when?
this month. I think it was on the 12th. I'm not sure.
And that mold, and we saw a picture of it, did you say that was in the wall in the garage?
In the garage, and it would be on the interior wall opposite of the keeping room.
Okay. And mold indicates moisture intrusion.
Yes, mold has to have moisture to thrive like that.
Okay. You familiar with the hardwood flooring?
Am I familiar with hardwood flooring? Yes, sir.
Are you familiar that it's subject to variations in moisture content?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so there was moisture on an exterior wall in this house that produced some mold and moisture elsewhere in the interior of the house.
There was evidence of leaking at the ceiling in the keeping room adjacent to the wall where I took this sample that was positive.
Okay. And did you go to, you say that, did you go to the second floor of the house at the area of this moisture issue?
No, sir.
Okay. So you're not able to say that you saw in the second floor over the moisture on the first floor?
I did not inspect the attic area above the garage, and I did not see any indications of, I did not check for moisture on the second floor.
Okay. Now, were you given a copy of the estimate furnished by my client outlining the scope of work of that was the basis of the remodeling engagement in this matter?
I did receive a copy of that, yes.
Right. And did you undertake to compare that scope of work on the estimate to what you found almost 3 years later on your inspection?
The scope of my inspection was to inspect for static conditions that were present that were associated with the work that was performed. I did not use the incorrect or the altered estimate as a protocol
And why do you say altered estimate?
because there were several items that were listed in that estimate that were not present. The
Well,
one that I saw.
yes, sir. And would that, an explanation for that be that the job wasn't finished?
No,
That would not be an estimate. If there were items on the scope of work that hadn't been done, that, to you, that doesn't mean that the job had not been finished by the time you looked at the house?
the heating and air systems that were installed were not what was described in the estimate. Also, in the estimate, there was notation from the contractor that an additional thermal barrier would have had to have been applied in the attic at an additional cost of about $4,000 in the event the attic had storage area. That thermal barrier had not been applied and there was storage in that attic.
You're not testifying, sir, based on your own knowledge that the contractor, BMC, had completed the scope of work listed in the estimate, are you?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir. You are not testifying that, in your opinion, BMC had completed the scope of work listed in the estimate, are you?
I am testifying that there were deviations in the work performed in relation to what that estimate specified.
And I'll ask you to answer my question, please. You are not testifying that BMC had completed the work, the scope of work in the estimate. I understand you say there were deviations from it, but you're not testifying that the scope of work had been completed, are you?
There were multiple items that were incomplete. So no, I'm not testifying that it was complete.
All right, thank you. Now, I've looked at your report, and you went over it with Mr. Sherman in some detail. And I see that in many areas you have noted various cosmetic issues. And by cosmetic issues, you mean insufficient painting or dents or something like that, right?
Dents, indentions, paint issues, things of that nature, yes.
Not structural issues.
Not in the cosmetic heading, no.
Okay. And it looks like, I haven't counted them, but it looks like certainly more than a majority of the bullet points that you've listed in your 37-page report show various cosmetic issues. That'd be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in addition, besides noting cosmetic issues, you have on a number of occasions indicated incomplete painting and finish. Is that the same thing as a cosmetic issue or different?
Different.
Different. So we've got cosmetic issues, we've got incomplete issues. You have said that, in your opinion, the job had not, even to the extent it had been done at all, had not been completed, correct?
Certain elements of the job, yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware, of course, that the Richmonds were living in the house.
Yes.
Do you know how long they'd been living in the house?
It's my understanding they moved in, I believe, in December of 22 or,
22.
yeah.
So they've been living in the house 2 years when you first inspected and almost 3 years now.
Yes, sir.
And have they been walking on the floors?
Yes, they have.
Have been using the bedroom,
I would assume.
using the bathroom,
I would assume.
been using the washer and dryer in the laundry room,
I would assume, yes.
been using the deck, the outside deck,
I don't know. I would assume, but I haven't seen them use it.
been using the garage,
Yes.
okay? Any part of the house that you observed that they were living in that they had not been using?
That I can't say with certain. I mean, the habitable area, I would imagine they have been in. Now, the attic and basement, I don't know.
A moment, Your Honor. You will give a helpful answer to it. I think that's all I have, Mr. Porter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Cordell, I have a few questions for you. The answer you gave a minute ago about work being incomplete, is it incomplete because it hasn't been done or incomplete because it hadn't been done correctly?
Both.
Okay.
When I see paint that's not been applied or caulk that's not been applied, well, those things hadn't been done.
Okay.
There were a
They
lot.
supposed to have been done?
I don't know of anyone that would have left it in that condition if it was considered complete.
Okay. And so with other work that you deemed or put in the incomplete category, is that because it was done defectively?
That's a good question, and I would say some of it could be considered defective, some of it was incomplete.
Okay. Incomplete because it hadn't been, it was, should have been done, but wasn't done?
Well, I base my comment of defect on items that appeared to have been in their final completed state,
Okay.
and there were a lot of them.
Okay. Is it a standard for construction to be formed in a skillful and workmanlike manner?
Absolutely.
And does that degree of standard to perform in a skillful and workmanlike manner call for the construction to be free from defects?
Yes.
And with the Richmond's renovation project, who was responsible for making sure the construction work was performed in a skillful and in a workmanlike manner?
The contractor, which would have been BMC Construction.
And who was responsible for making sure that the construction work at the Richmond's home was performed free from defects?
The builder, who was Mr. Patterson.
Do you have an opinion on whether BMC Construction performed its construction work to the Richmond's house with that degree of care and skill ordinarily followed by contractors under like circumstances?
My opinion on the level and skill of workmanship in the home was that it was extremely substandard, and I don't know of anyone that would have been pleased with it.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Briefly, Your Honor. Did you know, Mr. Cordell, that Mr. Richmond had told BMC that they were no longer welcome on the site and that he was going to hire another contractor to finish the job and repair matters that needed repairing?
Did I know
They
that?
tell you that?
No, I was not privileged to that information.
Did you see any indication that from which you could tell in 2024 whether any work had been done by some other contractor after BMC left the job?
I'm not aware of that or any modifications afterwards.
You are simply testifying as to the condition that you found it in November of 24.
And the following investigations, yes.
Subsequently. Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Sherman, can this witness be excused?
This witness be excused.
That's right.
No objection.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vince may call the next witness.
Defendant's call Lisa Wagner. Your Honor, based on the estimate of timing, we didn't think she'd be here. She's here. We didn't think we would start this soon, and we're locating her now. I think she just went down to the cafeteria.
Can we pivot to the other issue I think you plan to present today?
Pardon me?
Can we pivot to the other issue you wanted to present today?
I can do my statement in my place on fees. How about
That's right.
we do that? Once I find my notes. I'm ready, Your Honor.
Floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to state in my place now my information about our attorney's fees and expenses in this matter. And as I've introduced myself, my name is Jim Sherman. And hang on just a second, Your Honor. I have one more note. I'm stating in my place information about the attorney's fees and legal expenses the Richmonds have incurred in this case. We, along with Nicole James in my law firm and Kia Williams and several other of our attorneys have worked on the Richmond case since we were hired. And I have been practicing in Georgia since 1990. I received my undergraduate degree from the University of Georgia in 1984 and my JD from Georgia Law School in 1990. And over the past 35 years now, I focus my practice on litigation involving business and commercial disputes, construction issues, real estate issues, and I've handled many lawsuits and a number of jury trials, bench trials, and arbitrations. I have an AV rating from Martindale-Hubbell, which is a legal rating system. And for several years, I've been on the board of directors of the litigation section of the Atlanta Bar Association, having served as chair of that section most recently. I'm a partner in the law firm of Stanley, Esri, and Buckley. And the Richmonds hired us in connection with this lawsuit brought by BMC Construction, in which BMC Construction sued to collect monies it claimed were owed on a real estate construction home renovation project. We filed an answer denying BMC Construction's claims, and we filed counterclaims against BMC Construction and Mr. Patterson, BMC's sole owner, for negligent and defective construction. Each month, we'll send a billing statement to our client. And to prepare those billing statements, we use a computer billing system called TABS that inputs attorney time and tracks costs and advances made on behalf of each client. The software has built-in safeguards and other measures to ensure accuracy and to identify any errors in the billing process. We assign a billing number to each client, and each attorney keeps a daily record of the work they do and how much time it takes them to do it, and all that's inputted into the computer system daily. And it's done in the regular course of our business, and the attorneys inputting that time, and the paralegals are acting in the regular course of their work duties. And if we advance expenses on behalf of our clients, such as FedEx charges or court deliveries or deposition costs, things of that nature, we allocate those to the client by billing number, and those show up on the bill. Each month, those bills are created and generated, and statements are furnished. And I have calls to be pulled from our records, the monthly billing statements from my law firm for this matter. And those monthly billing statements begin in the month of March 2024, and they run through October of 2025. And I've collectively marked those billing statements as Defendant's Exhibit 42. We have redacted from these statements. When you'll see them, there are some areas that are blacked out. And typically we do that if there's a line item in our billing statement that would reveal some kind of attorney-client communication that's privileged or some other privileged matter that doesn't belong or for public disclosure. I've also prepared a summary of our attorney's fees and expenses based upon these voluminous billing statements, which list the hours devoted to the case each month, the resulting fees, the expenses, and the total. Before I bill a statement to a client, I review it in draft form. There are some occasions where I decide not to charge a client for a particular task, and those are typically reflected by an NC, no charge by the entry. Sometimes I go through and reduce the number of hours assigned to a particular task to exercise my billing judgment. Several times I've issued a professional discount or a courtesy discount on some of the bills which are reflected. And as you'll see in these billing statements, I performed most of the legal work in this case. Several other lawyers assisted me: Greg Michelle, Kara Davis, Garrett Land, and Jackson Knock. Most of those did very little. Kara Davis and I did most of the work. They've assisted me. I supervised and managed their work in the case. My time has been billed at the rate of $550 an hour. That hourly rate is reasonable and customary for the type of services provided by attorneys of my similar age, qualifications, and experience and education. And I have knowledge of attorneys' rates in the Atlanta community from my personal acquaintances and from cases I've been involved in, and I am on the low end of that. And Garrett Land, who assisted me briefly in this case, billed at $405 an hour. Kara Davis billed at $385 an hour. Jackson Knock billed at $350 an hour. Ms. James, I believe we billed $175 an hour, and all those rates are reasonable and customary for attorneys and a paralegal of comparable age, qualifications, and experience. And with Ms. James, you know, for a paralegal, what I typically do is reflected on these bills is if it's a work item that I would have had to perform as a lawyer, but Ms. James was able to do it, I would push it down to her and bill for her time. If it was a task that Ms. James performed that was more administrative, less legal, I would not bill for that. I base my opinion about these billing rates on my 35 years of experience, my knowledge of prevailing rates in the Atlanta community, the complexity of this case, and the attached billing statements reflect that for the months of, actually it's January, I guess it's March 2024 through October 2025, I've devoted 415.6 hours to this matter. Garrett Land devoted 3.7 hours. Kara Davis devoted 292.4 hours. Jackson Knott devoted 4.3 hours. Ms. James, we billed for 36.5 hours. I can assure you she's devoted a lot more than that. And Ms. Williams, I think I had 0.7 hours. I've reviewed the monthly billing statements to add up the amount of the expenses incurred in this matter. And those expenses are reflected on this summary. They total $20,969.31. Our legal fees for this matter from start through the end of September are $326,779.50. That reflects a discount of, I believe, over $12,000 that I issued as a courtesy discount. Your Honor, I move to admit 242 and 243.
42 statements, 43 summary.
It's 43 is a summary.
No objection.
All right, did you say that was 242?
I have 242 and 243. 242 are my billing
That's right.
statements.
Okay,
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
All right.
Those are admitted without objection.
Okay. And Your Honor, the defendants, Paul, Lisa Wagner.
Well, let me first, just as a matter of housekeeping, Mr. Pye, did you have any follow-up questioning? All right. Then with that, you call your next witness, Lisa Wagner.
You swear affirm to the testimony the matter this man should give is the truth and nothing but the truth to help you.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
I'll speak clearly to the mic. Could you please state your name and spell it for the court?
It's Lisa Wagoner, Wagener.
Hi, Ms. Wagner.
Hello.
Sorry, we gave you a wrong time estimate.
That's okay.
Thanks for rushing back.
That's okay.
Can you tell us your occupation?
I am a residential home builder in Georgia.
And do you also work as a construction repair estimator?
I do.
And what does a construction repair estimator do?
I look at defects and issues with new construction and remodels and determine how to repair those and put a price tag on it.
Okay. And are you here today as an estimator of the cost to perform construction repairs to the Richmond's home?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to provide an estimate of what it would cost to fix the construction issues at the Richmond's home?
I was.
And are you prepared today to give us your estimate of the cost of those repairs?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you mind, there's some exhibit books on the floor there.
Yeah, there are.
All right. And they're identified by number ranges. Do you see one that would have exhibit 119 in it? It's probably the first book.
I'm looking. Bear with me. 119.
119.
Yes. And I just keep flipping until I get back there.
It's tabbed.
Is it after the tab?
After the tab.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize exhibit 119?
I do.
And what is that?
That is my resume or CV.
Is it current?
It is current with the exception of I do have some new testimonies and cases that I have not had time to update into this.
Okay. Those are cases in which you've served as an expert.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Wagner, well, Your Honor, I would move to admit 119.
Objection.
It's admitted.
Would you tell us a little bit about your credentials and background that qualify you as a repair estimator?
Yes, I've been a licensed builder or builder in Georgia since the late 90s and also licensed in Georgia since Georgia required licensing. I'm also a licensed residential builder in South Carolina. And I've been running and estimating my own projects since the beginning of this.
All right. And how many homes do you think you've built?
Probably a little over 24 high-end homes.
Okay. What's the price range of those?
I'd say 1 million to 3 million plus.
All right. Have you received any recognitions or awards for your work?
I have.
Would you tell us about those briefly?
Yes, there's a national award from the National Association of Home Builders called a PRDA, Professional Remodelers Design Award. And I won the top honor in that category one year, and then also won 3 OB awards, which are awards from the Greater Atlanta Home Builders Association. And those were all for renovation work.
Have you also done home renovation in addition to new construction?
I have.
And can you tell us generally what the differences are between new construction and renovation work?
New construction is actually easier to do than renovation work. Renovation work requires you to be on site more frequently, more often, and you never know what you're going to find with renovation.
All right. And when you do find something in a renovation, what do you do?
If you find something unexpected, me personally, I would immediately need to discuss this with the homeowner to decide how we move forward with this.
Okay. And do you also provide any consulting in the construction field?
I do. I consult. Well, yes, I do.
All right. And in connection with your consulting work and your construction work, have you had occasion to estimate construction cost?
I have.
All right. Is that part of your job?
Yes, it is.
All right. And aside from this case, have you been asked to work on other matters calculating estimations of repair costs?
I have. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, we tender Ms. Wagner as an expert on the repairs needed to correct the defects at the Richmond's home, the methods needed to perform the repairs, and the cost of the repairs. And we ask for permission to examine Ms. Wagner as an expert.
Your Honor, I thought I understood that she was being called for cost of repairs, not repair.
Okay. And so is that a distinction here, Mr. Chairman? Are you saying that she's been noticed as an expert in what repairs need to be made? Or is that kind of included in your opinion in the bubble?
It's included, Judge. In order to say the cost, we need to know what it is that's the repair item.
Okay. Is this, Mr. Pye?
No, please. The cost estimate that I've been furnished says it's based on reports from other professionals as to repairs needed. And I understood that she was being called today to testify as to cost of repair, not repairs needed. What she
Okay.
says is based on other people.
And so I guess, Mr. Sherman, is she making or offering a separate opinion of what needs to be repaired other than what other experts have already said? Is that a distinction here?
Well, and not in my mind, Mr. Cordell obviously talked about defects. Mr. Paul also talked about defects. And Ms. Wagner's here to talk about the cost of fixing those. And as part of that, we have to say what needs to be fixed.
That's what I mean, those defects. She hasn't identified
No.
separately and independently some other defects.
No.
Okay, then I think we're on the same page, Mr. Pye. So to that extent, is there any other objection at this time?
Well, as long as it's clear that she's not being called to testify as to the existence of defects, merely the cost of defects, assuming report information from others. Because we've not been provided any kind of report from her as to an inspection and defects.
All right, understood. Okay, I
Okay.
think with that distinction, you may proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And if something arises, I think we can take it up and deal with it then.
Understood.
All right. Ms. Wagner, are you being paid for your services?
I am.
All right. And how are you being paid? By an hourly rate?
Yes, sir. Offer retainer hourly for the estimate and hourly for testimony.
Does your hourly rate differ between whether it's your underlying work versus being in court today?
Yes.
And what do you charge for each?
For the estimating work, it's $225 per hour. And for the court appearances or any other testimony, it's $500 per hour.
And how much have you billed total?
Roughly 18,000, maybe a little more.
All right. Ms. Wagner, let's turn to what you did in this case and how you did it. You mentioned you were asked to give an estimate of the cost of repairs to fix the defects in the Richmond's home. Do you know where the Richmond's home is located?
I do.
All right. And is it in Sandy Springs?
It is.
And have you worked on homes in Sandy Springs before?
I have.
All right. Did you prepare a report detailing the cost that you estimated?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do to estimate the cost to repair the construction issues at the Richmond's home? What was your methodology?
I did site visits to the home. In this case, there were 2 different site visits. So I went to the home. I saw the defects. I understood the defects. I spoke to the homeowners. I spoke to the other experts, and I reviewed many documents and pictures of the home.
All right. How many times did you visit the home?
Twice.
And in terms of reviewing reports, did you review Mark Cordell's inspection reports?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how much time did you spend at the Richmond's home on these visits?
It was 2 different site visits, and it was probably somewhere between 3.5 and 4.5 hours per visit.
Okay. In the records you reviewed, did you see a construction estimate for the Richmond's renovation project?
From Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that renovation estimate was north of $500,000. Have you done renovation projects comparable to the size of that project, the
I have.
Richmond's? Okay. In terms of estimating repair cost, do you use any resources or data sources to prepare those estimates?
I use unit costing a lot of times, so I'll get square footage or linear footage or unit numbers for material and labor from subcontractors or suppliers. I also use industry standard methods such as RS means if I need some numbers, and then I have a software program that gives very frequently updated live cost data based on your zip code.
As it relates to the Richmond's project, would you call this a large project?
I would. It had an extensive scope.
And do you remember square footage wise what the scope of the project was?
I believe the permit submitted by Mr. Patterson or BMC said that approximately 5,000 square feet of 5,600 would be modified in some way.
Okay, so that's nearly the whole house, is it not?
Yes,
Okay. Did you prepare a report showing the estimated repair cost you calculated for the Richmond's home?
I did.
All right, would you turn to the exhibit book, page 120 or exhibit 120? It should be the next document.
Yes,
Do you recognize that document?
yes,
Is this the report you prepared showing the estimated repair cost?
yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'm not going to move to admit 120, but would like to allow the witness to review it as a past recollection recorded.
All right, you can proceed.
All right. Ms. Wagner, does this, let's just go over this report if we can, and we're going to try to motor through it, okay?
Okay.
All right. The first category you have for repair estimates are for general conditions.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
That is something usually typical on every job. It'll include your temporary toilets, your dumpsters, your insurances. This particular job had I have some money in here for engineering that I thought was necessary. We have some storage of items that are in the home now that would need to be moved and stored while the repairs were ongoing.
All right. And would you also include in here anything to mobilize the site?
Permitting, site supervision, cleaning.
Okay. To get the house ready to do a substantial repair project, is that what this is for?
Yes.
All right. And what's the total of the cost associated with general conditions?
56,984.
Okay. What are the largest items on those?
Site supervision would be one. Temporary storage, because the Richmonds are living in the home and any furnishings and things that could get damaged would need to be moved, especially during hardwood finishing. Storage of appliances, cleaning after the fact, ongoing cleaning, some of the larger items.
Okay. We talked about the deck in this trial with the pickets. Is that another cost item?
It is
And what's the total of that?
1,500.
All right. We talked about the roofing. Do you have a line item on roofing?
Yeah, it's minor. There needs to be a diverter added to keep water from splashing on a vent hood pipe, $325.
All right. Windows and doors. That's a big ticket item?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you walk us through your windows and doors repair estimate?
Yes, I'm sure you've already gone through the defects with the windows and doors and the fact that they don't open and close properly. There's air infiltration, water infiltration. The biggest issue with the windows and doors is that they were not installed properly. Windows and doors require, and specifically the Sierra Pacific windows and doors that are in this estimate, require per the manufacturer that they are installed per the manufacturer's instructions. They have to be installed square, plumb, level. There's very little variance allowed on that. And they have to also follow the building codes, which includes flashing on the windows. And none of that was done. So what I did on the exterior windows and doors, which were originally purchased by the homeowner, is I took their original estimate and the cost that they paid. I submitted it directly back to the salesperson in the company where they had procured the windows, and I got an updated cost for this year versus I believe the original was 2022, early in 2022. So I just repriced the exact same thing with a current today's pricing.
Okay. And how much was the total for the windows and doors?
Including the installation, which will be substantial with demo and putting them back, $94,018.
Okay. Can you use the same windows that are in the house?
No, sir.
And why not?
It will void the manufacturer's warranty if you remove and reinstall windows, and it even voids the warranty when the windows are originally installed incorrectly. So as of today, the warranty is void. They were installed incorrectly.
Can I show you in the exhibit book, Exhibit 253? It might be in another
Different
book.
Woo. Need some help.
We're keeping the Mead Notebook Company afloat.
All right, bear with me. This one's at the very end, I believe.
Yeah, the last couple.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this document behind 253?
Yes, this is the Sierra Pacific Windows Limited Warranty.
Okay, Your Honor, prior to trial is reflected in an addendum to our pretrial order. Counsel agreed that the documents we have from Sierra Pacific, there's some warranty right here and there's some installation instructions. We've agreed they're authentic and that they are business records subject to the exception to the hearsay rule, that they qualify as business records.
All right, so you're tendering which exhibit?
I'm going to tender now 253.
Any objection to 253?
Objection.
All right.
Submitted.
And so is this a limited warranty for the windows?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that warranty require to be valid that the windows be installed properly?
It does.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, while we're on these, let's just knock them out some. Can you take a look at Exhibit 249?
249.
Actually, 249, if you would just briefly look at 249 to 252 for me.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And do those appear to be the window installation instructions from Sierra Pacific
Yes, they do.
and the SAS Pack kit instructions?
Correct.
All right. And do those instructions require that well, let me move to admit those exhibits. We had the same agreement with those.
Just get the
All
numbers
right.
for
And
the numbers for
pardon
the
me,
record, 249.
249 to 253.
All right, those-
252, 253 has already been in
That's right. All right, those are admitted without objection.
All right. And do those instructions require that the windows be straight and plumb?
They do.
Do they require the windows to be square?
They do.
Okay. And do the installation instructions warn that if the windows are not installed properly, that the warranty may be void?
Right at the front.
Okay. And so why is it that new windows are needed at the Richmond's house?
Because the window warranty is currently voided just via the fact that they were installed improperly, but you certainly cannot remove them and replace them and still keep a warranty.
Do you know whether the Richmond paid for a warranty?
They did pay for a warranty.
Is that baked into the cost of the windows?
It was.
All right. Is it important to have a warranty on your windows?
I believe so. And this was a great warranty. It was up to 30 years. It was a 20 to 30-year warranty on many parts of the window. Very
Okay.
good warranty.
Let's take a look at And I believe you said the total cost there was $94,018.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the next item, exterior cladding. What is that?
When the exterior windows and doors are going to be removed, to properly reinstall them, you'll have to peel back cladding to a certain degree, probably 8 to 12 inches. So that will require removing some siding. So this is just an allowance to put back any kind of siding material or exterior cladding that was damaged during the window replacement.
And how much is that?
3,500.
All right. And then you've got exterior paint and seal. How much is that repair?
6,500.
And what is that for?
That's to repaint any of the siding we had to remove and reinstall, and also to take care of the deck railing.
All right. And you have a variety of framing work to be done. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the total of the framing work?
44,200.
And can you describe for us what the framing work repairs are that you make up that amount?
There are numerous framing issues. So in the garage, there is a portal scuttle hole to an attic. There's a minimum size requirement, and currently the hole opening does not meet that requirement. So we'd have to reframe that. A minor item, well, not minor, but minor in cost, is the garage portal framing, which is the wood up against the garage portal openings, which the rails of the garage door openers are on. Are not bolted in, and they can pull out of the wall when they're not bolted in, so we just would bolt those in. Over the primary bedroom on the second floor, the ceiling was raised from the original 8-foot to a 10-foot ceiling. And when they did that, the framing in the attic changed some, and they have got roof bracing, which carries the load of the roofing and supports the roofing, coming down onto non-structural members that are not load bearing. So that would need to be repaired. And that is one of my items that would probably need an engineer's review. It requires putting in a large beam spanning the entire length and then bringing the roof loading onto the beam that can actually support and span and travel the loads down to both ends of that. There's in the basement, there were a lot of issues. I'm sure Mark Cordell went over most of this, but there was a wood support post added under steel beam, and that needs to be steel support, and it also needs a footing underneath it. Mark Cordell noted numerous framing code violations that I've got. I think he probably has listed all of that for you guys, but to take care of all that in the basement, it's, several days of a crew of framers plus materials to do that. There's a steel beam that was cut and modified and has no support under the end of it. Up in the primary bedroom, there was a new closet formed over the garage, and the garage was built with trusses, and manufactured trusses cannot be altered without engineering and an engineer's repair to the trusses. Those trusses, from pictures we can see, just seem to have been cut and not modified and have no kind of repair to them. So that's a structural concern. And also because of where they put the closet, it's off kilter to the roof framing, and the closet, for lack of a better explanation, looks like a funhouse. It's got very out of plumb walls and a ceiling that's not symmetrical. It's very odd looking. So this is money to fix all that. Let's see. There are several doorways and cased openings in the home that are not plumb and square, and those need to be repaired, and they're already behind trim and sheetrock, so you have to demo to get to that and repair it. We've got a bathroom on the first floor that has a bowed wall. We need to take the sheetrock off, fix the wall, and put the sheetrock back. And then I've got an allowance in here. Sandy Springs gave us documents that were submitted to them. And there are numerous engineers' letters where an engineer has said, if you're going to modify this, this is the way you need to do it. I believe there's 3 or 4 of those. And to my knowledge, we don't have anything from the engineer of record saying I came back and inspected and that was done correctly. So I have a little bit of money in there to do that. And then we've got a large case opening from the hallway to the family room that is out of plumb, and that just needs to be investigated further. We didn't do any destructive testing on this home, but there's something wrong there that we need to figure out what that is. So Hope that wasn't too long.
All right, let's move on to insulation. We heard about that earlier today. You've got a repair estimate for that?
I do, 7,500.
And what's that for?
That is, the attic, the spray foam in the attic was not, it didn't fully encapsulate the attic. There are numerous places where plywood was left and heating and air ducts got sprayed instead of the actual attic rafters and ceiling. So I've got some touch up for that. There's also, the Richmonds were charged, and it was in the builder's estimate to give them what's called a thermal barrier in the attic, which means you can store things in the attic, and they do have a very large attic. And that was a part of the estimate, a part of the cost, and it was not delivered, so I've got money for that. And then a smaller cost is there is an elevator shaft off the primary bedroom, and that lacks fire stop, so we would just $600 to do that.
All right. Plumbing, is there plumbing repairs in here?
There are plumbing repairs.
And what do they total?
Okay, there are several things in here. So the toilet in the there's a separate master water closet. It's, probably 3 feet or a little more, 42 inches wide. And the toilet is visibly off center by inches. That should not have happened aesthetically. That should have been centered in the room. So I've got money to, you're going to have to take out the tile, uninstall the toilet, go under the subfloor framing, rip out the subfloor, change the plumbing, and then redo all that to center the toilet. Got another issue with a toilet in the first floor guest bathroom that it looks like the plumber mismeasured when he did his rough end of the sewer line for that toilet. And it is not far enough away from the wall so that when they installed the toilet, it smushed up against the wall and the baseboards. I think they actually cut the baseboards to make the toilet fit in there. A large issue is the laundry room of this home is on the second.
Sure.
Okay. Object to this testimony, as we discussed at the beginning in our qualification, she has been qualified to testify as to cost of repair. She just is proceeding to describe defects, what the builder did wrong, and so forth. She's far exceeding her expertise. We object to it.
Your Honor, Ms. Wagner is a builder, and she's built many homes, and she's done a lot of repair estimates, and I just don't know any way out to tease out the numbers from the items.
I think, as I understood it, she's listing the defects that have been conveyed to her, and now she's about to connect the dots and tell us what she thinks the cost will be from those defects. I don't see her providing her own independent opinion or agreeing or disagreeing with those defects. Am I right about that, Mr. Sherman, or is that not the case? If so, we can discuss that, but.
I'm sorry, what was the last comment, Your Honor? That
She's not necessarily validating
No.
that. She's just getting to the point of what it's going to cost to repair those defects in her opinion.
Right. I mean, Ms. Wagner walked the house with all these people. She's seen everything.
Okay. All right. At this time, Mr. Pye, I'd overrule the objection. You can renew it if you think we need to explore that further.
Ms. Wagner, I think we were still on plumbing.
We were.
Okay.
Okay. So the upstairs laundry room should have had a floor drain in the laundry room. That does not exist. So I have $6,800 in there to do what we need to do to get that drain in there, which is rip out the tile. To get a floor drain in a room, you almost construct it like a shower. It has a pan, it slopes to the drain so that if a washer overflowed or something happened, the water flows down and into the drain as it's supposed to. So that's a little bit of a complicated thing to do once the house is already in this state of finish, but that's the cost I have to get it to where it should have been. There's some minor item in here of a hub drain trap and seal not installed, which is basically just one plumber visit to do that. Minimum visit, $550. There's a new tankless hot water heater in the basement that does not, those should give you instant hot water. And for some reason, this does not give instant hot water. And I've got an allowance in there to have somebody come out and diagnose and hopefully fix that. But to this date, we don't know, we haven't done the diagnostics of what is causing that. So I just have an allowance. And then Mark Cordell did point out that the hot water pipes were not insulated, which does not comply with the building code. So this is money to insulate the hot water pipes. Some of them are behind sheetrock, so we have to remove sheetrock to get to them and insulate them properly.
And how much is the total of the plumbing?
The plumbing is $20,600.
Okay, and let's talk about the HVAC system repair cost and what's the total amount there?
One of the HVAC issues is the Richmonds were promised 3 high efficiency units, which are 92% units, and you need
Okay,
one.
just a minute. There's been an
I'm sorry.
objection.
This witness is attempting to testify about that she said the Richmonds were promised. She's done it again, right after my objection.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sherman, I don't know if you want to try directing her to focus on that. If you can, I understand you're trying to move things and let it, maybe if it's less narrative, that might help.
Right. Ms. Ryder, let's do this. In terms of explaining what your repair costs are, let's just say what's there, what's not there, not necessarily who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. But let's just say, you know, what you need to say about what energy efficiency units were to have been purchased and what was installed.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop me if I'm going to do the best I can with that. So there should have been 3 92% efficiency heaters or gas furnaces installed. 2 of them were 92, 1 of them was an 80%. That violates a building code being in the encapsulated attic. So that needs to be replaced, and I have a cost in there for that. There also should have been mechanical fresh air that went with that encapsulated attic system, and there is not, so I have money in there for that.
Okay.
She just doesn't understand that it's not her role to say what should have happened. And she could simply say, the cost of doing this is this.
Okay. Mr. Sherman?
I think in order to explain what the repair cost is, I think there needs to be some explanation of why it's a needed repair.
That comes from the previous witness.
And the jury's heard all that. And a witness can rely, I mean, she can rely on that too.
All right. Mr. Pine, if you have, right, if you have some kind of limiting instruction or some kind of clarification you would like me to give, I can. But otherwise, I do believe that you'd be able to build on and make prior testimony or prior reports informing her own separate opinion of the cost. So
I would expect the proper testimony would be the report of Mr. Cordell says this, the cost of doing that would be this. That's all she needs to say.
okay. All right. Understood. So, Mr. Sherman, you can proceed.
All right. Ms. Wagner, what's the total cost of the HVAC repairs?
$18,000.
Okay. And do you have electrical repairs estimated in here?
Yes, sir.
And what is the total cost of the estimated electrical repairs?
$16,000.
All right. And can you tell us generally what that is comprised of?
Code violations, car charger outlets that were the wrong amperage. There are some power fluctuations in the primary bedroom that need diagnosis. The can lighting was not installed flush with the drywall, and there was some substandard low voltage wiring that needs to be corrected in the cabinetry.
You have a drywall number?
Drywall is $16,450.
That's electrical. Electrical was
sorry.
16,000?
Electrical was 16, and then drywall is 16,450.
All right. And what needs to be done with the drywall?
Well, there are repairs that need to be done in the home. Trim repairs, interior door repairs, exterior door and window repairs, and then just substandard finishes to the drywall, and all of that needs to be corrected.
Wood flooring, do you have an estimate to repair the wood flooring?
42,790.
And what does that consist of doing?
That is removing all of the existing hardwoods on both levels of the home and replacing the hardwoods exactly the same type that are in there now, refinishing, resealing, et cetera.
All right. Do you have a estimate for shower floor and backsplash tile?
Yes,
And how much is that? Total.
23,265.
And what does that consist of?
That is, there are cracks. There are 3 tiles in the master shower that have a horizontal line across all 3 tiles, plus the grout in between the tiles. Typically, that will point towards a structural or substrate issue. So that needs to be looked at and repaired and the tile put back. The second floor Jack and Jill bathroom has a substandard tile installation of what is called excess lippage, and that needs to be removed and replaced to make that aesthetically and structurally the way it should be. The primary bedroom water closet where the toilet was off center will need new tile after we correct that issue. And then correcting the issue of one of the cased openings in the kitchen that goes to the family room, and also replacing the kitchen window correctly will basically destroy the backsplash. You won't be able to save it. So this is money to put back the kitchen backsplash.
All right. How about finish, carpentry trim, and interior doors? Do you have a total for that?
Yes,
What is it?
40,700.
And what does that consist of?
There are roughly 21 interior doors in this home that are doors and pocket doors, and almost none of them work correctly. They're in various states of out of square, out of plumb, won't latch, won't close. And this is money, it's basically an allowance per door to be able to go in, take off sheetrock, take off trim, adjust the door, reframe the door, replace the door if necessary, and get it all to where it's correctly functioning.
Cabinetry and countertops, what's the total repair estimate there?
15,950.
All right. And what's the big item?
The big item in there is that Mark Cordell noticed that the sink unions in the primary bathroom reveal the sink inside of the countertop alignment, and it shouldn't be that. The sink should either be flush or under the countertop. And there's no way to fix that other than taking off the countertop, which also requires taking off faucets, and then refabricating the countertop, correctly having the sink cut, and then reinstalling the whole thing.
All right. Painting,
Yes.
what's the total estimate there?
30,923.
And what is that for?
This house has, well, after the repairs are done, you'll have a lot of unfinished drywall. You'll have a bunch of new trim. This money is to properly sand, prep, prime, fill, do whatever you need to do to the drywall and the trim to make it be an acceptable finish standard, and then repaint it all.
Hardware, you have how much estimated for that?
$2,500,
And what's that for?
just to replace or reinstall door hardware where necessary.
And what about glass and mirror? What's your estimate there?
5,650.
All right. Are you going to have to pay a contractor to do this work?
Absolutely.
All right. And what is the percentage you think a contractor will charge on a job like this?
I have a 30% profit and overhead on this. In my experience, high-end, complicated renovations, especially one where you're taking on the liability of somebody else's defective work or faulty work, can run anywhere from 30% to 40%.
You understand Mr. Patterson only charged 20%
I do.
profit? And how do you explain why you would estimate a 30% profit?
This is a very difficult job. It comes with a lot of liability. Most builders do not like to go behind other builders' poor workmanship and try to correct it. You run into all kinds of liability issues, and it's very hard. It's difficult.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Why is it so expensive to correct these repairs versus the cost of the estimate originally, which was about the same?
Several reasons. First, you're having to go backwards to correct. Everything this house is in an almost finished state. So everything is installed permanently and baked in, so to speak. So you're going to have to go back and surgically deconstruct and remove trim and drywall, flooring, all kinds of things that have already been installed, so that the demolition costs, the labor for that is substantial. And another reason two more reasons. One is this is a 2025 estimate versus what the builder quoted in 2022 years ago. And the other thing is the Richmonds purchased a lot of the finished materials with their own money, the windows, the tile. So those numbers, and they're substantial numbers, were not included in BMC's original estimate. So the windows alone being $70,000, I believe, just for the window units, that was not in Mr. Patterson's original estimate, but it now has to come into my estimate. So numerous reasons why it's more expensive.
Okay, and what is the total amount of the builder fee based on a 30% profit?
$134,206.
All right, and adding up all the repair estimates you have, including the builder profit, what's the total number?
581,561.
All right, you mentioned a minute ago you did not do any destructive investigation.
We did not on this job, no.
Would you tell the jury what destructive investigation is?
Destructive would mean in trying to further locate issues or problems or defects, you would remove whatever cladding is covering the surface, whether that be drywall on the inside or siding potentially on the outside. The deconstruction is just taking something out to see what's behind it.
All right, and is it possible if there's some destructive investigation, there may be something else found that needs to be corrected?
Possible and likely, in my opinion.
Okay. And we've had some testimony in this case about a mold spot that's been found in the house. What do you do to, your repair estimate, does it include treating the mold?
No, that came much after my repair estimate and pretty close to this litigation date. So I have not even looked at that yet.
I'm not asking for a cost, but have you had experience in cases involving remediation of mold?
Yes.
What do you have to do to treat it?
Well, number one, you have to do destructive, but you should do that with some kind of a certified industrial hygienist or somebody who's certified mold removal so as to not spread mold throughout your home, and also so they can know exactly what the type of mold is and how to repair it, or how to remediate it, I should say.
All right, so you got to find out where it's coming from.
And you have to find out where it's coming from, absolutely.
Okay, all right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Wagner, you're a home builder,
Yes, sir.
and the name of your building company?
Classic European Homes, and my trade name is Finished.
And how long have you been building homes?
Since 1997.
Okay. You're not an engineer.
I am not.
Are you a member of the National Academy of Forensic Engineering?
No, sir.
You went to Auburn
Yes, sir.
and got a degree, Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and
No,
Finance.
yes, in finance, yes, sir.
Finance, okay. Do you have any postgraduate degrees?
No, sir.
Any other degrees beside your bachelor from Auburn?
No university degrees, but I am a licensed builder in 2 states.
Okay. Have you lectured or published on home building? I know you said you won an award.
I've won awards. I've not lectured or published that I can recall.
Now, looking at your repair estimate, You end up saying on the last page, this estimate relies substantially, if not entirely, on construction defects, structural deficiencies, and code violations cited in reports by other experts who have also visited the property.
Yes, sir.
That's correct. So in your report, you have relied substantially, if not entirely, on the reports from what other experts?
I have relied on it, but I have also seen it and agreed with it.
Did you hear my question? What other experts?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not hear that clearly. Mark Cordell and David Paul.
And so if, for whatever reason, Mr. Paul or Mr. Portal, Mr. Paul or Mr. Cordell were in error in any of their reports, your estimate would be in error because it's based on that erroneous report, correct?
I guess potentially, but I don't believe they're in error.
Okay. Now I see that you have on your repair estimate, you have a column for notes, which describes the repairs. And then you have a column for quantity, unit, cost, and total.
Yes, sir.
You do not break down the cost by labor and materials, do you?
Some I did and some I didn't. It depended on what the repair was.
Well, show me one where you list the cost of materials and the cost of labor separately.
Well, give me one moment to. Oh, yeah, and most of these are unit pricing, or they're allowances, or they're based on quotes and invoices that were provided by the homeowner, such as the windows and the tile and the countertops. So just because I didn't list out individually the labor and the material doesn't mean it's not in there. If it needed labor and material, it's baked into the cost I have in there.
Can't look at a single note of repair to be done and see how much for materials and how much for labor, can you?
I have square footage numbers for some of these items with the unit cost that goes
Square
with that, but
footage,
no,
labor,
I
or
didn't.
material, or is square footage labor or materials?
I have square footage and then cost per square foot on some items, but no, I didn't individually break down the labor and material.
Okay. So I think you said
I did when I was creating the estimate. I did not put it in the estimate.
Why not?
Because it's burdensome and it gets very large, and it's just cleaner to look at it this way.
Now you have the cost of, I take it, acquisition of new windows and doors and installation of new windows and doors under the second page, exterior windows and doors. You have that as $69,018, right?
Yes, sir.
So you believe that all of the windows and doors in the house need to be replaced?
I do, and so does Mark Cordell.
You're aware that the owners have been living in the house for over 2 years and using the windows and doors
Yes, sir, I'm aware they've been living in the home.
and using the windows and doors?
Assumably, I haven't lived there with them. I know the windows and doors have been hard to open, and that's been discussed numerous times.
Now, you have an item for wood flooring, which is on page, well, I don't see a page number.
Yes, sir, I found it.
Okay. And you have opined that the demolition of the existing hardwood flooring on the first and second floors and clean of the subfloor would cost $6,600.
Correct, yes, sir.
And you have opined that the placement of new hardwood floors and installation and finishing be $36,190, correct?
Yes, and those were prices from recently doing hardwood flooring and also verifying that with the subcontractor that the prices were still accurate.
Did you consider in the repair analysis, rather than replacing the floors, correcting the joist underneath some of the floors that's causing not level floors?
Well, according to the expert David Paul, that's not really the issue throughout the home. The issue was excess humidity levels. The excess was the finish that was done prior, and the issue is that the floors have already been refinished twice. So you can't really refinish
you
them
see-
further.
Mr. Paul's picture that had the level of the floor that showed it was not level?
In one area that was the case, but there's numerous other issues besides that.
Well, there are several issues regarding flooring. I'm asking about the issue concerned the fact that the joist underneath the flooring is not level. Aware of that?
I have heard someone said that. That was not anything that was focused on while I was in the home. That we saw numerous other issues with the floors.
You didn't talk to Mr. Paul about that?
I don't recall if I spoke to him specifically about that one issue, but I did speak to him, and we did go over the other numerous issues with the hardwood floors and the fact that they cannot be refinished, they need to be redone, removed and replaced.
In your visit to the home and acquisition of information and so forth, were you aware whether or not any repairs had been done to the home since BMC was terminated?
Are you speaking of repairs that the homeowner did or that the BMC may have come back and corrected a few items?
That homeowner did or had done?
No, I don't believe so.
You aware that the homeowner said he was going to hire a contractor to come and finish the job? Said that 2 years ago?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Is this yours?
You redirect.
Ms. Wagner, I'd like to direct your attention to an exhibit admitted earlier. It's the estimate that BMC provided.
Okay.
This is plaintiff's exhibit 2. which is the estimate that BMC provided dated February 12, 2022. Is this the estimates you saw?
Yes, sir.
All right, and it provides numbers in here for the various scope of work items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do these numbers break out labor versus materials?
No, sir, they don't.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any recross on that point? All right. Can this one be excused?
May this witness be excused. It's fine with me.
All right, you can step down now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's take 5 and we'll be back ready to go when the jury says they are ready.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, before we also break, let me first inquire, does defense intend to anticipate having any further evidence?
I'm going to confer with my client. I may have a very short video clip from Mr. Patterson's deposition.
All right. And after that point, Mr. Pye, would you have any motions that you need to make outside the jury's presence?
Yes, sir.
All right. Wondering if there's any way we could do that now since they're out. Are you familiar, Mr. Pye, with the video that they would plan to show?
I was present for the deposition, but
Okay.
We provided a list of designations, but it'd only be a very small part of those designations.
Just so that we can, instead of having them, how long is the video portion that you plan to play? All right. So I'm just wondering if rather than have him come in for 1 minute and 14 seconds, then have him leave again for the motions, maybe Mr. Sherman could proffer what he anticipates the deposition press testimony to be, and then you can go ahead and make your motions, Mr. Pye, if you're ready on those.
yes, sir.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Your Honor, proffer of what's in that deposition video would be that Mr. Patterson testified he's not familiar with the terms construction plan, project plan, construction timeline, and doesn't really know what those terms are.
All right. Okay, then with that, Mr. Pye, I would turn it over to you to make and preserve any motions that you would have at the close of the defense evidence.
Yes, sir. We respectfully move for directed verdict on the claims against Randall Patterson individually. Your Honor, heard the testimony. He's the sole shareholder of BMC. His job is to obtain business for the company, arrange permitting, arrange subcontractors to actually do the work, and to arrange scheduling, and to do the billing. He has testified, and others have testified, that he has had no hands-on function with the claims which are claimed to be defective construction. That is, he had nothing to do with the installation of the flooring. He had nothing to do with the installation of the windows, except to schedule those things. And when there were issues or complaints, he would communicate that to the subs and so forth. The law is, and I'll just quote from the Court of Appeals case of Pantusco versus Wiley, 274 Georgia Appeals 144, which is a 2012 case. Because the cardinal rule of corporate law is that a corporation possesses a legal existence separate and apart from that of its officers and shareholders, the mere operation of corporate business does not render officers and shareholders personally liable for corporate acts. Another case, know. It's the only case I have at hand, Your Honor. But the point is, in order for an individual officer to be liable for acts of the corporation, he has to have personally directed the tortious act. And in this case, it's defective construction with the plethora of claims about windows and floors and so forth and so on. So we asked the court to direct a verdict in favor of Mr. Patterson and to dismiss him from the case.
All right, let me have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Pye. Just I'm anticipating the argument of Mr. Sherman here. Going off the non-pattern requests to charge that were submitted by the defense, and just based on the nature of the counterclaims that are set up, the only claim brought against Mr. Patterson personally is for negligent construction, if I'm not mistaken.
That's my understanding.
And the defense has submitted a non-pattern request saying that, and recognizing that, you know, the protections of corporate liability, but saying that there's an exception if the corporate officer personally commits a tort. And so would negligent construction be considered a tort and fall under that exception? And if not, why not?
Well, it could if the officer directed the negligence. That is, don't put these floors in correctly, install these windows incorrectly, etc. But that's not the case here. So, yes, I agree that negligent construction could be an act giving personal liability, but only if the officer directs that negligent construction.
So as I understand your argument, because we're now dealing with and bringing in kind of vicarious liability theory here as well, because he's not the one personally committing the tort. He's simply overseeing all the subcontractors. They're the ones who personally committed the tort of negligent construction. And that would be your argument? That he could never be held personally liable.
BMC may be responsible for the acts of the subcontractors.
For their torts.
For their tort.
And so why is BMC liable for the torts that the subcontractors commit, but not Mr. Patterson?
On the contract.
Okay.
Contract theory.
But you don't think BMC is cannot be held responsible on the negligent construction claim as well?
I do. If BMC committed negligent construction.
Okay. All right. Might have to have some back and forth here as I kind of dive into this. Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is probably the very first issue I looked at when we were engaged to represent the Richmonds in this case. And it's clear, this is in our request to charge number 11, non-pattern request, that in a negligent construction case, an officer can be held personally liable for negligent construction where he either personally participated in the negligent construction or personally supervised, oversaw, or inspected the negligent construction. And we've cited two cases here, Field Brothers General Contractors, Inc. versus Ruecksties, Ruecksties, 288 Georgia Appeals 674. It's a 2022 case. And Cherry versus Ward, 204 Georgia Appeals 833. That's a 1999 case. So Your Honors correctly recognize that typically in a negligence or any kind of tort case, that an officer or owner of a company can be held personally liable if they committed the tort or personally participated in the tort. In the negligent construction field, it goes even further, Judge. And in a negligent construction field, the officer or owner can be personally liable if they supervised, oversaw, or inspected.
Supervised.
Right. Supervised, oversaw, or inspected. And that's why I went through that litany of questions.
Well, where's that quote in that case? So I've got Field Brothers pulled up and it talks about, quote, specifically directed.
Okay,
And it says in here that he's there right alongside the workers framing the
Right.
doors and everything. So he's there doing the construction. I don't think that's the evidence that's presented here.
could it be in the other case then? I know I've read it many, many times. I mean, I can pull it up on my iPad and take a look at it, but I know that to be the law. And if it's not in the Cherry versus Ward case, I know it's in the other case.
Well, I was looking at Fields and again. quick
And if Your
skim
Honor
here,
gives me a
but-
minute, I can probably find them in my materials.
Well, look, let me just say this from the outset so we can act accordingly. This isn't an issue I've had to do a deep dive on yet, so I'm not going to make a ruling here without having actually sat here and read these cases. So I would plan to take this under advisement and defer ruling at this point. That being said, feel free to present any other cases you think I should read in considering this, and we can go from there. I would also flag if we're only a minute away from defendant resting or so, do we still think, Mr. Pye, that you're was it Mr. Scholl, who is coming at 3 o'clock?
Reschedule Mr. Shaw for tomorrow. I've got Mr. Rice coming at 3.
Okay, Mr. Rice is the shorter one. I see.
No, Mr. Rice is the expert.
He's the longer one.
Um,
And we're going to start with him at 3. Ish.
And I told them both to come tomorrow, but Mr. Rice at 3, I believe, and Mr. Shaw at 9 in the morning.
All right. I think that's a good plan of attack. Have we checked in with him? Do we think he's nearby? Is he on schedule?
I haven't checked, but
Might as well just to see, but we'll take a break here when we're done in a minute for whatever point he arrives.
Mr. Rice is here.
There we have it. Okay.
He's here at 2:28, as a matter of fact.
Well, I got here quick.
Your Honor, the cases I have are not my annotated cases. Let me see if I can find those.
Well, look, I mean, like I said, I've still got 2 of yours that I can start with and read. I've got 1 of Mr. Pye's, and if y'all want to come back up and represent some for me or for the record, we can do that. For now, I think you got other things you can focus on, I'm sure.
That's fine, Your Honor. And that's why I went through the whole explanation and litany of questions to Mr. Patterson, that he supervised the construction work, that he oversaw the construction work, that he managed the project, that he was there with the subs inspecting their work, telling them what you need to do, where you need to do it, and all that.
And that's where I'm wondering just how granular we get with this. Is it to the extent, you can supervise in many methods, which is, I told someone to be there and to do this thing and just checked a box. But if it's actually requiring something more along the lines of an affirmative approval of the work they've done or being there alongside them, then maybe we're talking about something different. I don't know.
Sure. And I can get that information for you and provide you a more detailed and specific quote, because I know I didn't make it up. So I know I found the case that says that, and I can present that to Your Honor.
Supervise would certainly be better language for you than the specifically direct that just happened to jump out to me on Field
And
Brothers.
I'm confident that is law. And Your Honor, that's why we asserted the claim against Mr. Patterson individually in his personal capacity. As the court knows, a corporation can only act through its agents. And so that's the reason why we filed this claim. So I'll look for that case and provide it to you. And in the meantime, in my understanding, I lost track of that last colloquy, but Mr. Rice is going to go next.
That's what it sounds like. Is he's here, and then we saved the shorter expert for tomorrow.
Okay.
And Mr. Pye, could I get that site that you raised as well?
Your Honor, while Mr. Pye is looking for that, I want to refer the court to a case Brown versus Rentz, RENTZ. It's at 212 Georgia Appeals 275.
That's my case, Your Honor.
There it
Okay.
is. All right.
And in that case, the court said that most of the major work on the house was subcontracted. The owner of the general contractor oversaw the work. And there's some other things, did some small stuff, a little of the paint work, responded personally when the owners called and personally performed some of the work they claim was defective. And so that capacity of overseeing the work factored into and constituted the personal commission or personal involvement in the commission of the tort.
Okay. Well, I think we know the issue here, which is, again, is there a distinction? I don't know, of whether someone's right there alongside them in addition to being, the boss on scene or not. Does that matter? Mr. Pye,
Citation, Your Honor.
was that the same Brown case or another one?
No.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I couldn't remember the name of my client to look it up. It was 40 years ago.
One of yours. Okay. You always got to love that. All right.
Rents was my client.
Oh, I see what you mean. That was your case.
The
Okay.
case I cited to Your Honor is Pantusco, Pantusco versus Wiley, Wiley, 274 Georgia Appeals 144, 2005.
Okay. I'll take a look at that one as well. Do you have any other motions you would make as well?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. And then when the time does come, when he actually rests, I'll just have you preserve those for the record and an abundance of caution as well. Mr. Sherman, any motions on your behalf that you would anticipate once the defendant rests? Okay.
Well, actually, once the rebuttal case is over, I do expect to have a motion then.
Okay. At that point, but not now, once the defense rests. All right. Understood. In which case, it sounds like we'll take our own break here. And when the jury's ready, 5 or 10 minutes from now, we can resume, bring in we'll play the video and then bring in Mr. Rice after that. So we'll be in recess off the record.
Yes, they can watch for sure. That's two big things. He's got to cure whatever they say. The prices just outrageous. Oh, God. I should have expected that. We did not the whole house, but less than that. Well, the thing he paid her and to tell me somebody earnings. Just put a number on it and she looked it up and I think I'm making the bathroom, but yeah. If I should have things I didn't have should have been it. This would be 1,500. It's a joke on that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is your Richard Rice book. It
Is
doesn't
that-
have a cover.
This is my title. Okay, do you have the actual one for him?
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you, Kia. Thank you. I found it, so.
You got it. They're not in evidence, but they've been referred. So, and I'm saying here.
Yes, sure.
Yes, I'm Brittany.
Richard Rice.
Oh, hey. My hand is going in. All right.
There's just a cold one. I'll tell my hat, my last hands freezing.
Brittany does. Thank you. I do.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
I know. 31 minutes. And then there's something else.
That's good.
Well, we call that a true. The way.
Yeah.
And he was in
Like the comment.
like.
He was gonna try to come and you know, in here.
You know, the judge said, we can start up. Always look. I called him and he was
Trying to-
concerned. Then when I called him back, he said, Richard's coming, we coming. Oh, I said, no.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say the shorts and hat on, but never.
Not be fish.
Probably needed that. I'll sit.
Okay. What you need, Harry?
Yeah, on the way home. What's?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, that landscape is my face. I couldn't remember my client's name to look it up. And it's about 40 years ago.
You know, you get like that when you've been
Yeah.
doing it so long.
Yes. Yes, sir.
People say you represented me. I say that I represent you well.
The screen on the table shows exactly all of the scenes, everything. Perfect. That mark you're facing you is the same thing. It's. You look at something. Yeah.
Yeah, we can use that. You got it.
Oh. Hey, Brittany. Here's the order in judgment, the Georgia framing case,
Finally,
finally.
wow.
I had a case about 3 weeks ago. Judge issued an oral ruling. The defendant, pro se. He's been filing motions to set aside, blah, 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 blah. The judge hadn't issued a written order yet.
He's been stuck continuously following.
He finally, it's in our favor. He finally issued it today, so that's good news.
You passed it. I think that's. I think about code.
Whatever. Now, you testified that already. Right.
Yeah. Right. Right. That's facts. That's true. I've had this in that corner. They're like something.
Seated, call come to order.
Please be seated, everyone. Oh, your dogs. Oh, this is something.
I'll change it.
Okay. All right, we're back on the record. Anything to take up, Mr. Sherman?
Yes, Your Honor, I have one other case that I located in my stack. While we're on break, I thought I'd go ahead and give you that citation. It's Dave Lucas Company, Lucas Lucas Company versus Lewis, 293 Georgia Appeals 288. 293 Georgia Appeals 288. It's in 2008 case. And in this case, one of the reasons why the directed verdict was denied as to the owner of the construction company was because there was testimony that the owner supervised the work done and told employees what work needed to be done. So that supervision and direction was sufficient to overcome the directed verdict and allow the jury to decide whether the owner could be personally liable. And Your Honor, if we're about to take up Mr. Rice's testimony, we had made a motion for trial as to whether two of his opinions that we had not addressed already could be excluded or should be excluded. And those motions dealt with, one, the opinion that the Richmonds prevented the plaintiff from completing the construction because they kicked him out. And our position on that was that's just not the proper subject of an expert opinion. It has nothing to do with engineering. There was no analysis or evaluation or any kind of technical support for that in the expert's report. And it's just not something the jurors couldn't conclude on their own. And they've heard all that evidence so far about how these people ended up separating and at what point in time that happened. The second, Your Honor, dealt with the testimony or expected opinion that the delay, that there was a delay in the completion of the project due to family emergencies, due to change orders, and I think due to one other issue. And again, we had the same objection, which is to the extent those items can be proven, there's nothing that an expert is needed for. A jury can make that decision on their own. And second, Your Honor, our position was in this expert's report, there's not a sufficient basis for that. I think I pointed to the court to parts of the testimony where the expert says, I can't quantify any delay attributable to any of these factors. And so we've moved to exclude those opinions. I don't know at what point in time the court will take that up. I'm just concerned if the witness starts talking, I'm going to miss my opportunity.
Okay. All right. Well, we can revisit that now. And I've had a chance to review the entire deposition of Mr. Rice. And let me start with the second aspect, because that one seemed fairly straightforward, which was there was, I believe, written in the report a opinion that Richmond's family emergency and them living in the house prevented the completion of the work. And then when followed up to say what specifically, how, the responses seem to be at kind of a general level. Well, here are some examples of how that can impact completing work timely. all of which are valid bases for an expert opinion. But in terms of tying that to the facts of this case, I didn't see that link. And so it kind of gets back to what Mr. Pai, I believe, had been addressing at the outset, which is it very well may be that this direct examination would be couched as more of in the lines of a hypothetical. Hypothetically, what are ways that a client moving into the house can prevent completion? And here are some examples, and here are some things that have happened in my experience. But I did not see, at least to the deposition, of how to tie that to this exact case at hand. And so I would believe that that is a valid objection here, that unless he can show where he came, what things he relied on to form an opinion specifically as to the Richmonds here, that he should only be speaking more at a hypothetical level. So that's where I would be inclined to rule, which is effectively to grant that as to part two. Mr. Pai?
Well, I will, for instance, ask him to assume facts and evidence. Assume those to be the case, would that delay in your opinion, would that delay the progress of the job?
And certainly I think that's a well-grooved area for expert opinion. Same for, I think, the initial concern, which is how kicking him out, in essence, prevented it. It sounds like that's going to be couched more as hypotheticals and set up to him to give more at a higher altitude level observations, opinions, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And so if that's the case, then I believe that that would moot the objections raised by Mr. Sherman. So I think at any point we can pause the testimony. This is the kind of thing, if we need to have the jury step out, we can, or we'll have counsel approach to preserve their objections. That might be probably the better thing to do, is I just have you all both so you can articulate it outside, or just outside of the jury's earshot, and we go from there. I think I've tried to express and explain where I think I'm likely to fall and where I'd rule, and I think we got to go with that. Okay?
I understand the court's ruling and reasoning behind it. I guess my question is, I heard you say we take the second one up first, and that Mr. Pies indicated he'll present the form of the opinion in the hypothetical. And the first one, I think, was that the Richmonds prevented the completion of the house by firing the subcontractor. Is that the same type of hypothetical there too?
So that I think I would say that would fall within, assuming, I think he's going to have to give him, there might be some aspects of that he has to set up as, to recall from the deposition though, the timeline. But I think that if he's providing him with the timeline, and he can just testify generally about, I understand the argument that is that if you fire a contractor, you don't need an expert opinion to say that prevents them from finishing the work. I guess I'm struggling to really grasp the origin of the objection here. It's simply that is, you're saying that's more of a common sense thing that the jury can just pick up on its own. That, I mean, lay that one out for me again, Mr. Sherman.
Your Honor, it is start with the big picture that expert testimony is admissible if their opinion is beyond the ken of an average layperson. But not admissible where jurors can take the same factors and get point A to point B without the need for an expert. And the case, I'm quoting the case that says, where the path from evidence to conclusion is not shrouded in the mystery of professional skill or knowledge, the jury must make the journey from the evidence to conclusion without the aid of an expert.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I think that where I would land on this is that, again, Mr. Rice can talk about all the things that can cause delays in projects. He can answer hypotheticals, and he can say that a contractor being fired on the job can also result in delay or preventing completion. But as with the second issue, the exact on-the-ground circumstances did not appear to be something that he really went into in his deposition at least, so that applying it and saying definitively that's what happened here and is the reason is something that's going to be left to the jury's discretion. I think, and that is beyond the opinion that he would be allowed to give in the case. Mr. Pye?
I frankly don't understand the motion, particularly in view of the conduct of the last witness who just insisted on testifying about her opinion of this, that, and the other and so forth. But I don't think there'll be a problem.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, you can renew the objection if you need to, but I think that we've done everything we can to flush the issue out, and we'll just have to take it in real time, depending on how the questions is asked and how the testimony comes out. So with that, then we'll retrieve the jury and we'll have defense proceed. You can go ahead and tee up this video that you have, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the defendants are going to play a very small deposition clip from the deposition of Randall Patterson. And we'd also ask that the sequestration rule be enforced. I see Mr. Price.
Mr. Pye, any response to that?
Oh, I need to step up.
Yeah. Hang out the door, Richard. It's 12 seconds.
Madam Court Reporter, would you please swear in the witness?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, would you please state your full name for the record?
William Randall Patterson.
Let me ask you this. When you commence a project like the Richmond's renovation project, do you prepare any kind of written construction plan that details things such as the sequence of work to be done, in what order, and a time frame? Do you prepare anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. Do you, if I use the term building project plan, does that mean anything to you?
No, sir.
Okay. What about a construction plan? Does that mean anything? No.
No, sir. Could mean
Okay.
various things.
All right. Do you map out in some way the order or sequence in which the work is to be performed?
Not in writing. No, sir.
But in this particular case, you had no formal or written plan in mind.
Correct.
Your Honor, the defendant's rest.
All right. All right, members of the jury, now the defense has rested their case in chief because they had counterclaims. Plaintiff has the opportunity to step back up and present any evidence in rebuttal that they would like. And so we switch back to you, Mr. Pye. Do you have any further evidence to present?
Oh, Mr. Richard Rice.
I do. Thank you, see. Speaking clear into the mic, would you please state your name for the court?
Are these documents for me?
I think we have some exhibits left over from the last witness. Anyone want to retrieve those? Or if we're going to need those for Mr. Rice?
My apologies.
That's okay.
And they all came out.
And those ones may be the original exhibits. Do you have them?
I have defendant's exhibit.
Okay,
Plaintiff's.
all right.
Thanks.
There you go. Sorry about that.
No worries, we'll get it fixed. Thank you.
No,
Where were we? My name? I believe.
I think that is where we were.
What-
Please
what
spell
is
your
your
name,
name?
sir.
Richard Rice.
and Mr. Rice, what is your profession?
I'm a civil structural forensic engineer. I'm also a certified building official.
All right. Tell us about your education.
After high school, spent a year as a music major, decided that wasn't for me, then went to engineering school at Southern Poly, graduated in '85. And not long after that, I got a master's degree in engineering and or engineering management. And then later on, got a second bachelor's degree in a traditional engineering degree.
All from Southern Tech?
Well, yes, Kennesaw took it over several years ago, and the last bachelor's degree was from Kennesaw State.
Right. Have you attended and participated in continuing education over the years in engineering?
Yes, yes, I have to have at least 16 a year. So there are plenty of opportunities that I've taken.
And in fact, have you participated to the extent of lecturing on engineering?
Yes, I was asked because as a forensic engineer, I deal with several interesting cases, many interesting cases where the professors would ask me to come in and talk to their students about becoming an engineer and then possibly later becoming a forensic engineer.
Have you published professionally?
Yes, I've published many articles in Subrogator magazine and different plaintiff and defense bars magazines. And I have been published through the National Academy of Forensic Engineers, several papers there. I did publish a book several years back. And I think that's about it.
You're a member of the National Academy of Forensic Engineers.
Yes, sir.
What type of organization is that?
Well, to reach the member level, you have to have a license, a professional engineering license, and have had a minimum number of trials, minimum number of cases that you've worked on. And I've achieved fellow status with the National Academy of Forensic Engineers because of the number of cases that I've worked on and the number of trials that I've attended, or testified at, I should say.
All right. And you have testified in court as an expert in forensic engineering?
Yes, sir.
And what is forensic engineering as opposed to other areas of engineering?
Well, forensic, if I remember my Latin, means for the people. Basically, is somebody, I go in and look at failed engineering systems. That's what a forensic engineer does. I look at failed, construction, engineering, structural issues. I look at, where did the failure occur? And I'm able to hopefully, explain to you guys, what all I found.
You're a licensed professional engineer
Yes, sir.
and licensed structural engineer?
Yes, sir.
What's the difference?
Well, a professional engineer, the way it's been, the way it's gone down lately is that basically a professional engineer handles civil site work. Professional engineers are, construction. I've seen a lot of construction managers that are professional engineers. And a structural engineer, we look at, when I'm use my structural stamp, I have looked at beams, concrete slabs on grade, things like that you would expect a structural engineer to do.
All right. You are registered in how many states?
Georgia, all 5 surrounding states, Louisiana, Virginia, Iowa, Illinois. I think that's all.
All right. You're a certified building official?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I achieved that certification through the International Building Code. The International Code Council. They write the code. All the residential codes, the building codes, the plumbing codes, the fire codes, everything. They write it all. And they provide an opportunity for people to become certified building officials. And basically what that enables me to do is interpret the code. It was a very hard test. I wish I could say I passed it the first time. I didn't. I'm not going to tell you how many, but I passed it, and I can interpret the code.
All right. And you are a board certified diplomat of forensic engineering?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Well, I am that through the National Academy of Forensic Engineers. Basically, I have given so many testimonies, been deposed so many times that I have achieved a diplomat status.
All right. You have a company?
I do.
And what's the name of your company?
Mutual Engineering.
And are you the sole owner?
I am.
And how long has Mutual Engineering been in business?
I initially started it in 1997.
Okay, about to get the hang of it.
Soon, I hope. Yeah.
Okay, good. Your Honor, I would tender Mr. Rice as an expert in forensic engineering.
No objection, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
All right, Mr. Rice, were you engaged recently to look into a construction claim and counterclaim concerning my client, BMC, and its principal, and the Mr. and Mrs. Richmond concerning the Richmond's home?
I was.
And what were you asked to do?
Initially, I was asked to perform an on-site inspection to review documents that had already been produced in the matter, review those, and go to do the on-site inspection and report back to you with my findings, determine whether or not you wanted a report or not.
Right. And you produced a report.
I did.
And you sat for deposition by counsel, correct?
I did.
All right. What were the documents that you were provided relevant to this matter?
The inspection reports by Mark Cordell, the construction repair estimate by Lisa Wagoner, the depositions of Brian Richmond, Tracy Richmond, Michael Kerouac, the deposition of Lisa Wagner, deposition of Michael Cordell, the deposition of Randall Patterson, and an affidavit signed by Randall Patterson.
All right. Now, did you understand that, what did you understand about the progress of the engagement by the Pattersons of BMC with respect to their house?
My understanding was that he was hired, Mr. Patterson and his company was hired to perform a whole house renovation, top to bottom. And along the way, Mr. Patterson had to leave the job, and so did the subs. And before that, let me just back up a little bit, that the Richmonds had moved into the house prior to all the renovations being completed. Initially, they were in a rental home, and I'm not sure why they couldn't continue that. I just don't remember at the moment, but that's what I remember.
All right. Did you have any understanding as to whether BMC had completed the remodeling project?
Oh, they didn't complete it at all. There was much to do. It's not completed until the punch list is complete. You can call something complete, and then the punch list is done.
What's a punch list?
Well, a punch list is, if you want to look at a renovation, a contractor comes in and does whatever. They redo your kitchen, they redo the whole house, whatever. And when the contractor says they're done, well, the owner goes into the house. Well, there's a nick here, there's a door that doesn't quite shut here, the windows don't work quite right, and those things are punch list items. And then once that's punch list is done, and this is a custom and practice in the residential, construction and renovation industry, and then you hand, well, Mr. Patterson would get a punch list and complete those things, and only then would the job be considered complete.
Did you understand that the project had been inspected and approved by Sandy Springs up until the point of being terminated?
Correct. Certain elements of it, well, the foam in the attic is one thing that had been inspected and approved by the city of Sandy Springs.
All right. All right. From a professional practice standpoint, what is the appropriateness of doing a report concerning the condition of a property which is subject to remodeling before it's finished?
It's not fair. Definitely premature. That's a report that, well, as Mr. Cordell said in his report, things were incomplete. And yet he provided code and section of different parts of the code that said we're wrong. I know they were.
Jake, I think we're getting into that portion of the testimony that was expected, that was the subject of our first motion.
Sure. I understand. And I think, Mr. Pye, have you instructed your witness along those lines? I don't think we're there yet, but. Okay.
Yes, I think we understand, Your Honor.
All right, you can proceed.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. Well, as I said, the inspections performed by Mr. Cordell were premature. In fact, the code says as much, that only after something is deemed complete, either by the homeowner or in this case, the general contractor, Mr. Patterson, only if they say it's complete, is it to be inspected to building code standards. And only then can it be determined that it did not meet the code. Up until that point, the job's not done yet.
All right. So in your physical, visual inspection of the property, did you have an opinion as to whether the remodeling job had been completed or not?
It hadn't been completed.
Okay.
Not at all. There were touch-ups needed to be made. There were ceramic tiles in the bathroom that got damaged that needed to be cut out. And you take a whiz wheel, cut it out, and put a new piece of tile in. A lot of nicks, and there was a sliding door that, I think it was to the basement, if I'm not mistaken. It needed some work done on it because it wouldn't open without a lot of effort. But those are just examples. The job was not done, and I agree with what Lisa Wagner said, is that it was her opinion that it was about 70% done.
He's supposed to be revealing what he heard from another witness. He can rely on hearsay, but
Okay.
Just direct your witness, Mr. Pye.
Would you have an opinion as to the percentage of completion of the job?
I say 50 to 70%.
All right. Mr. Rice, I will show you plaintiff's exhibit 26. Previously admitted into evidence. That's an email between Mr. Patterson and my client. And I will direct your attention to the next to the last paragraph from Mr. Richmond. At this point, our level of frustration in your ability to finish the project, provide resolve to the structural defects, poor work craftsmanship, and timely response to correct the issues outlined in previous correspondence has grown to a point of no return. We will be retaining another contractor to repair, correct, and finish the project. You and your designates are not allowed on the property unless I provide you with written consent. Does that letter, is that consistent with your view that BMC had not been allowed to finish the project?
Correct.
All
This
right.
is consistent with my understanding, yes.
All right. Now, you saw the reports from Mr. Cordell, who does business as EHI Inc. Do you know Mr. Cordell?
I do not.
Okay. And you were also shown the repair estimate of Lisa Wagner. Do you know Ms. Wagner?
We may have met a while back, but it just on one or two projects, maybe.
All right. Well, they have both testified in this matter. So what I'm going to ask you to do, I'm going to go to the, I'll say the line items, Ms. Wagner's repair estimate, and ask your opinion about whether those items, A, are complete, and B, can be repaired, or if it is premature to make that opinion. The first was exterior roofing. Are you aware whether BMC had any obligation for exterior roofing?
I'd have to look at my report, but I don't recall.
Okay. That would be in the scope of work?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I hate to be so vigilant about this, but this is not included as part of what this expert was brought here to testify about. We've kind of moved away from it, and none of this was disclosed to us in advance of the trial.
All right. If counsel, you just want to approach to hash this out, we can put it on the record.
That's a good idea. Bad. You should laugh and call. I know it was class clown. Can't be. Oh, we need a bill. Thanks, but we need a bill. So what you doing, Miss Court Friday? Do they have to like schedule? No, I just have somebody. I have somebody to go in there for me and they didn't make it, but I would rather go. Yeah. Or it will be like way more. microphone you speaking into? Yeah, so she, they have like this little speaker thing where it translates in the computer, but she also is recording a lot of time. It's crazy because I quote where she just have a mic check it. She don't do the little talking thing. She just have it. I don't know if she types it. I never like see her in action because of course I can't get up, but she's not doing nothing today. She's literally just at the computer and if she can type that fast, that's impressive. I'm gonna have to ask her on Friday, like, how do you get all this down? And they get paid. Per day? Right? They get paid good just like translators. Like if you was like about translator, they get paid like $150 to $200 per day. I'm doing something wrong. I know. Do something else. But listen, be a little side this. Oh, wait, no.
All right, Mr. Bryant, you can continue.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, when you reviewed the Wagoner and the Cordell report and inspected the building for yourself, what was your opinion of the Wagoner and Cordell reports?
One thing that jumped out at me, and it was in my report, they wanted all the new windows, the whole house, 50 some odd new windows. When I got there, me and my assistant, we found all but one window open. They all opened and were, they were operating properly. Mr. Cordell didn't like that, and he wanted new windows, and Mrs. Wagoner, estimated what new windows would cost. That wasn't necessary.
I think we're veering from the resolution that we just discussed with Your Honor.
All right. Okay, members of the jury, I think this is just something we're going to need to hash out outside of your presence. So I'll ask you to step into the back and we'll be with you when we're ready. All right. Unless there's a preference from the parties, you can stay seated there. That's fine by me.
Thank you.
All right. So Mr. Sherman, just so we can speak more freely, why don't you go ahead and lay out your concerns just to the extent they may not have been picked up at the bench conference. As I would summarize, though, it's that the opinions that Mr. Rice is being led to reveal to the jury are just not ones that ever appeared in the report or in his deposition testimony. And so start me with the basics of, point me to the rule and the remedy and whatever else you would say applies here.
Well, let's back up and kind of get the big picture, which was, as Your Honor knows, this expert was disclosed late in the game. And we filed a motion to disallow the late disclosed expert. And as I recall, Your Honor understood the basis of our, I don't want to speak for the court. I think you recognize the basis of our motion, but the trial calendar we were on was postponed because the number one case went out. And Your Honor said, go ahead, do the inspection, give your report within 7 days, and take the deposition. And so the report, that we did the inspection promptly. the report was not prepared within 7 days. It was closer to 2 weeks. The following week, we took the depositions. And, you know, our whole issue with this is that, and then the interrogatory was supplemented basically to refer to the report. We have an expert, we're identifying the expert, look to the expert's report for their opinions. So we did, and that report only has a handful of opinions that were disclosed. And so I took the deposition of the expert, and the expert, in terms of Mark Cordell's report and Lisa Wagner's report, the underlying complaint was deceptive and dishonest because they didn't give the whole context. They didn't note in the report that the project was not completed because, as they say, the Richmonds fired the builder. So fine. We, at that point in time, moved in limine to exclude that because our position is that one witness, in particular an expert, can't testify as to the truthfulness or dishonesty of another witness. And Your Honor pointed out, I think accurately, that you can phrase this in another way. Do you disagree with the report? And on what basis? Well, the basis that was given for the disagreement for the report was didn't give the whole context, i.e. that the builder had been fired and was not able to complete the project. And that's basically it. So, Your Honor, I think what's happened is, rather than put this witness up in the case in chief, the plaintiffs have opted to bring him in after the fact and render opinions about our expert that we've put up now that has already testified and rebut all those opinions. Well, I sure would have liked to have had all that information, you know, before trial, and when I deposed the expert and when the expert gave the report. So it's really, I guess, Your Honor, the testimony is going beyond the opinions given and disclosed during discovery.
Right. We're dealing solely with a discovery objection, discovery-based objection here, right?
Right. On top of the expert challenges I made earlier, yes.
But that's not what
That's apples and oranges.
we're stuck on here. I mean, there's nothing saying that he wouldn't be qualified or be prevented from going through and rebutting the experts of Mr. Cordell or Ms. Wagner. It's just really that you're saying you didn't get notice of it to be able to develop that at deposition, prepare for this trial, base your whole trial strategy around
That's
it.
exactly right.
Okay, so I see this as a discovery objection.
All right.
And to that end, I'm trying to lay my finger on the applicable rule and remedy and parameters. So to the extent you can extend me with that, help me with that, that would be appreciated.
All right. Well, Your Honor, I don't have my Civil Practice Act with me, but generally speaking, evidence that was not disclosed during discovery can be ruled inadmissible at trial. I mean, that's one of the remedies I believe the court has available to it. The other remedy, you know, on an expert is to say, go depose him, you know, so that he can give testimony at trial. Well, that's not really feasible at this point. I mean, I've already taken the man's deposition. So I'd have to look at the remedies under 91126 to see what they provide. But essentially, I've been in trials where a party has tried to introduce evidence not presented in discovery, and the court has excluded it on the basis that it was not disclosed timely.
And I just would add that this is I think something I don't want to, we just want to stumble through here, because I've also come across cases. The one that was last month was a late disclosed witness, and exclusion was found reversible. So exclusion generally being the harshest sanction, I think you're supposed to start with, is this a continuance? Is this a mistrial? And work through the reasons why that's not feasible. But I think we need to put our hands on a case that deals with this exact situation.
Yeah. And I'm not excluding the expert per se. I'm excluding going beyond what was offered in discovery.
Okay. Let me turn it over to Mr. Pye, and we just might have to hold in place while we can get better oriented here. So, Mr. Pye, the issue is it's a discovery based objection. And you can tell me why you think that is or is not valid, but the idea being that an expert is expected to disclose by interrogatories, by his report, through his deposition, the basis of any opinions that they would offer at trial, and that Mr. Sherman believes is what was not done as it relates to responding to Mr. Cordell and Ms. Waggoner's reports.
My view, Your Honor, of disclosure is a reasonable disclosure, not a list of 150 questions that he's going to answer. To put a little context, this case was filed almost 3 years ago when I sent the standard interrogatory requesting experts. They hadn't hired an expert. They eventually hired an expert and provided the quarter report to us, I believe at the end of 24, beginning of 25, and the Waggoner report in June of 25. That's when we hired an expert. Your Honor may recall that the forensic engineer that I'd been planning on using had a conflict, and Your Honor was kind enough to, for various reasons, to continue a previous case so we'd have time. I was able to engage Mr. Rice. He provided the report. Now, Mr. Claims he doesn't know what he's going to say. Well, first of all, the conclusion, Mr. Rice's conclusion, and by the way, he has several pictures. One looks like a toilet base, so forth. So those are obviously the subject. One's about windows, picture about windows, and there's a description, typical caulking, et cetera, et cetera. But the conclusion of the report, opinion of MEI, the Richmond's condition, the current condition of the Richmond property was caused by the Richmonds. We've agreed that that will not be offered. Cordell was deceptive and dishonest. And he goes on to say, didn't provide proper context for background for the judge or jury. Stated renovations exceed 50% of the value. All things must be brought up to code. That's not what the code says. Then he says, the estimate generated by Lisa Wagner was based on deceptive opinions of Cordell. Reports were actual construction. The items in the Cordell report were actual construction defects. As evidence shows, the so-called construction defects were incomplete scope of items that needed addressing during a final punch list. And then
Well, that last part is pretty important here, or items not part of the original scope of work, which, as I best recall where we left off, your question was the roof part of the original scope of work?
that's right.
Okay.
And the additions to the scope of work were furnished to Mr. Rice and our Exhibit 3, I think, in this case. But then before that, Mr. Rice, commentary, he talks about you find it. Read it. He talked about several specific things. Let me find it. EHI report is a guide. The items in the EHI report presented as construction defects fell into 3 categories. 1, construction defects. He talks about window. The only window in the front living room could not be open. Then he talks about every sink and toilet were not caulked properly. Then he talks about construction items that were not completed. And so forth. So while we do not have a 15 bullet point list of opinions that he's going to give, I think certainly the general opinion and the specifics offered to support the general opinion is sufficient. So
All right, so let me just go from here. And get a better understanding of what Mr. Pai you would expect to come ahead. I mean, I'm just starting at basic principles under the discovery part of the Civil Practice Act, 9-11-26B4, opposing parties entitled to know the facts and opinions that are going to be offered by an expert. So other than the 4 bullets on the report, are there other opinions that you believe that Mr. Rice was going to be offering today for the jury?
anticipated he would offer an opinion as to each of the line items in the Wagoner repair estimate.
And essentially saying that the repair is, or the estimate is excessive or unneeded for this or that reason? Okay. In addition to that, anything else other than these 4 bullets here?
Well, asking about is the opinion justified and so forth. There are 10 or 12 bullet points in the estimate. She goes by each item of the house. I was just going to ask him about what were your observations about that item and the report about that item.
Okay.
I think that's pretty obvious. I mean, he reported that he'd seen the Wagner report and the Cordell report and disagreed with them.
All right. And then the disagreement he reported was an umbrella kind of disagreement applying to all the bullets that it relied on a false premise. He didn't really go line by line and say the windows, that's bad because of this, the doors, that's bad because of this, you know. So I think I'm honing in on the point of disagreement here, and I just again I think Ms. Sherman, you were standing. You have something you want to add?
No, Your Honor, I think that there are a few items that are listed in here. I think if maybe one way to skin the cat would be to ask whether these few items were or were not included in the scope of work or were not completed. I'm fine with that. That's in the report, but what's not in the report is line by line by line by line on everybody's, on Cordell's report or Wagner's report. And obviously why I wanted all this is so that we wouldn't be in this position of putting up our experts, having somebody come in and I had to know how they were going to critique their reports in order to get my witnesses ready in advance. And yes, and I'm familiar with those cases Your Honor cites about late disclosed witnesses and things like that. I think this falls more on the lines of what we argued earlier before trial, which was whether a late disclosed expert would be willing to testify at all. And Your Honor agreed that we could do it, or the plaintiff could do it. I'm just asking that now that we're here, we had the report that was limited to X, we had the deposition that was limited to X. I'm objecting to going beyond X.
All right, I'm going to probably stand down just for 10 or 15 just to make sure I've at least laid eyes on a case applying this situation. But I'll note my initial reaction is that no, an expert doesn't have to sit there and say, or we don't have to list it through discovery every single question that's going to be asked of an expert or line by line what they're going to say on direct. They don't have to be reading from a script. But I think all it would have taken here is a sentence in the section of conclusions, opinions of, I also disagreed with the estimates of Ms. Wagoner because those things actually don't need to be replaced, or those things aren't actually as damaged as much as she says, or anything along those lines. There's nothing in here that I can see critiquing her report other than it relies on the premise, the false premise that involving the fact that BMC didn't get the chance to complete it, and that these were construction defects, that whole area. And so I don't think that this report contains the things that Mr. Rice was about to go into. And so what do we do about that when it comes up mid-trial? That's what I've got to go find out. So we'll be in recess.
The only thing they reported.
An estimate.
Yeah.
Really? So what's the difference? We didn't get with her. It's the same thing. And she not line by line by line. What Mike is they're lying and they know it. That's the problem. They did 7%. No, we're moving closer to 70. The painting, like which one? Go back on the opposite line. Do you want to do that? So then I'm gonna just continue to see. Yeah, a mold report.
Well, well, I think they just had to do it. You know,
But how come that's acceptable? Come on. Extra. Extra.
Everything I've said is consistent with everything I say bolsters. There are three things. There are things. Nothing in these cases. There are things that he's not affecting their voice. And number three things he's talking about that are finished. She's called effective. Saying everything about my testimony. So you think I'm gonna have
You think he's gonna have it?
no, I think it probably finished.
okay.
Might be able to rectify it, but
It might be.
I'm here. Okay. I'll go back and sit.
Yeah, here, there you go. You know. Oh, Tyler was terrible. Mhm.
May I see the before we come to order?
All right, let's go back on the record. There you go. Anything else? Okay. I'll first solicit any further input from council before I weigh in with where I think the case law is directing me. Mr. Pye, anything else you want to add? Okay, Mr. Sherman?
No, Your Honor, other than to say that I think we're not disqualifying the witness, or it's not seeming to exclude the witness, just the portions of the opinions that he wants to offer that weren't disclosed.
And did you find any other authority that would say that excluding just part of his opinion is the proper remedy versus continuance or mistrial with, potentially whatever sanctions would come along with that?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, Your Honor. I'm familiar with cases where witnesses weren't disclosed at all, and in those situations, courts have said, I've been in this courtroom before where the judge said, well, go take him out in the hall and interview, but that's where a witness wasn't disclosed at all. And here we've had a witness that was disclosed, the report was given, and the deposition was taken for that purpose. And I feel like what's happening here is an ambush of some sort that the witness is going to try to carve up the opinions of our experts given in our main case without me having had an opportunity to know what they were going to say.
All right, understood. Or to have your own experts respond or be here for your own rebuttal.
Right, Your Honor.
All right, so from what I'm finding, our civil cases are at a bit of our appellate opinions rather on the issue aren't exactly crystal clear, but the one that's guiding me chiefly is Resurgence PC 301 Georgia 589 from 2017, a Georgia Supreme Court opinion, saying that the first issue to determine here is if an expert is going beyond what under 9-11-26 was disclosed in discovery, is whether this is simply an incomplete answer to a discovery response, or rather something that was misleading, or whether it was evasive in some way. And if it's not, if this was just an incomplete discovery response that the other side just didn't never bother to, not bother, but rather just didn't avail themselves to follow up on to seek clarification or a motion to compel, then the sanction of exclusion, even mid-trial, is according to the Supreme Court, not the proper remedy. Instead, it would be continuance or mistrial with potentially all the costs of everything that happened in this week falling on the party that did not comply with discovery. So to lay it out, this is where I think we're headed here. Option one would be to explore whether this extra opinion is one that was evasive or misleading in some way in the discovery process. If so, then it can be excluded. Two, if it's not, then I think that it would be just incomplete, and it would be either a continuance or a mistrial. I would be prepared to impose costs for that. Or three, it's just not an opinion that the plaintiff elects to proceed on. So with distinguishing between one and two, I think I need to know how the interrogatories were phrased, how they were answered, and any other communications that were supposed to set the guardrails on what opinions were disclosed in discovery. So, Mr. Sherman, I'll start there.
Connor, can you give me a second? I think I can put up my hands on what I need.
While Mr. Sherman is looking, the I know what my interrogatories say, the standard interrogatory. We received in June the damage estimate by Ms. Wagner. I took a deposition. I do not recall that we received a report. I don't know if there was one. I think both counsel have periodically supplemented discovery answers and supplemented witnesses to the pretrial order. All I'm saying is, I assure the court there was no intentional, evasive, misleading response. Mr. Rice, I think Mr. Rice probably would tell you he was professionally offended by these expert witnesses, and I'm afraid that may have been his primary thought. And he thought their conduct was so contrary to professional standards, he really didn't need to go much further. But I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I mean, you can see that from the report. At any rate, I'm certain that there was no attempt at evasiveness because we offered him up for deposition. He could have. So that's all I wanted to add.
Your Honor, I'll read for the record the interrogatory that I asked for both defendant Randall Patterson, plaintiff Randall Patterson, he's third-party defendant or counterclaim defendant Randall Patterson. It's late in the day. Counterclaim defendant Randall Patterson and plaintiff BMC Construction. The interrogatory I posed as a standard, please identify every person you expect to call as an expert witness on your behalf at trial or at any other hearing, state the subject matter on which the witness is expected to testify, the substance of the facts and opinions to which the expert is expected to testify, and the facts or data on which the expert is expected to rely for such opinion. In this initial response, this was actually, these responses were served on me in August of last year. And they were supplemented as we got close to trial. And as we got close to trial, I think I had already taken Mr. Rice's deposition, and the interrogatory was supplemented simply to refer to Mr. Rice's, it might have been just his report. I can't remember if they said report and testimony, but that was how it was presented to me.
It's simply not like a formal response, but just an email. Here's his report. And that's essentially what you interpret as the answer to that, or the supplementation to that interrogatory.
I know I had the report. I'm sorry, I spoke over you, Judge. I know I had the report at the time that that second supplement or that supplemental response was given to me. I don't know if I'd taken his deposition by that point.
Well, I mean, the report's dated September, and I think your deposition's October 3rd. So, and you refer to the report in the deposition, so I presume you had it.
Right. I presume I had the report then, which was fine. I had the report, I took his deposition. But the problem I'm dealing with and struggling with, as the court can tell, is if they want to have an opinion that the work was not completed, and that's their basis of the complaint about our expert is they're saying they're not defects, it's just wasn't finished. And again, I think that's something a jury can decide without an expert opinion. That's not an engineering opinion. That's just observation that the jury has learned about through testimony of the parties. So, Your Honor, the problem I'm struggling with, as I'm not articulately stating, is coming up with something new and different and on that, and certainly providing more meat on the bones than beyond what was told to me in the deposition. What was told to me in the deposition was, problem I have with their reports is what you see in, the problem I have with Portal and Wagner's reports is what you see I wrote in my report. That.
All right, let's do this. I think I want to be. Let me make sure I get some clarity here. I think outside of the jury's presence, Mr. Pye, we could have you lay out and examine Mr. Rice on exactly what it is line by line you were hoping to have him opine on for the jury based on the Wagner report. So if we had started with the roof, let's just hear exactly what it was he was planning to say about that.
I think my question was, did the scope of work include the roof? And I don't think it did.
It's not.
I was going to move on to the next item in the Wagner image estimate. Exterior windows and doors. I believe Mr. Rice has already said that he tested the doors and the windows and doors, and they open. This purports to replace them for $94,000. But I can ask him the question.
Sure, I just want to,
All right.
so I know exactly what it is he was
All right,
planning to say.
Mr. Rice, tell us what, upon inspecting the house, what was your opinion as to the viability of the windows and doors?
I was able to operate except for one window, all the others were operable. And as far as doors, I guess the worst door that I found was the one I think from the kitchen that went down into the basement. That took some time to open it up. It needed some work done to it. But other than that, I don't recall.
Could these matters be repaired rather than replaced?
Yes, of course.
Right.
I've repaired several windows, and yeah, it just seemed like a screw was not tightened properly on the one window, especially that quality of window. So yeah, they can be repaired, excuse me.
All right, exterior cladding. What did you observe, if anything, about the exterior cladding?
It was there. That's about it. I have no reason. I saw no reason to replace that.
Exterior paint and seal. What did you observe? First of all,
Nothing that couldn't be, that couldn't be touched up.
Right.
Nothing that required complete removal and replacement.
Did it look like the exterior paint and seal had been completed or was subject to punch list completion or something else?
Just subject to punch list. I'm sure there were some spots. There in most jobs that I've dealt with, there's always something that needs touched up.
All right, framing. And it goes into the garage framing. What, if anything, did you observe about the garage framing or other framing issues?
Well, what I saw is that the garage door opener, it needed some added fasteners. It was to me loose. It needed some, extra stuff, extra screws, if you will. And in the garage, the framing, the attic access, yeah, that would be a punch list item that needed. That would be. There wasn't many, but again, it wasn't a defect. It was incomplete. The attic door, it just needed to be completed.
All right. Master closet interior pass-through entry. You observe it, they have $11,500 item on that. And then it says sides not level, ceiling not framed symmetrically.
What was the last part? Ceiling what?
Ceiling not framed symmetrically. Did you observe that?
I didn't observe anything that needed fixed. As far as framed symmetrically, nothing in the code requires symmetry, but it does require, structural members, X some number of inches. As far as their orientation and symmetry, I don't recall that. I didn't see that at the Richmond property. And as far as the framing, the level, I found whether it be a case opening, an opening with no door, with just framing, or the door itself, there are no, as I mentioned in my report, there are no codes and standards of what that's supposed to be. But I grew up with a union carpenter who taught me these things. And it's in my report what the allowances generally are. And this was well within those tolerances. I found nothing there. Again, well, all of Miss Wagner's, her estimate is based on things, again, that were incomplete and not a defect.
All right. First floor guest bath wall is bowed. Do you see that?
I laid a level on it. I didn't see it as bowed. I think that's the same room where the bath has the broken tile in the shower. Now that I saw, and that's just a repair. That's a punch list item to be repaired.
Right. Insulation. Attic foam insulation has inconsistent depth gaps.
There's nothing in the code that requires a consistent depth. In fact, the actual building official of Sandy Springs inspected it and found no problem with it, and rightly so.
Right. Plumbing, toilet and master bath closet is not centered. And it needs to be reframe floor joist to allow for centering. So the remedy is to reframe the joist for the toilet to be centered.
In my opinion, that's an aesthetics issue. The clearances on all sides of that toilet are fine. Is it completely centered in the room? It would have required a whole redoing of the floor joist. And if I remember right, that's how it was explained to me. But the toilet is operational and fully functional.
Any reason to spend $20,000 on that issue?
I wouldn't, no.
HVAC. Now, what, if anything, have you seen or been told or believe as to the percentage efficiency of the HVAC units?
I haven't seen anything about that.
Okay. So you don't have an opinion about it?
I do not.
Okay. Electrical, a lot of items. Did you observe anything improper about the electrical construction?
I saw some cables that could be bunched up, made look better. But I didn't, other than that, no. I didn't see anything, like nothing that jumped out at me as an electrical problem.
Drywall. Drywall repairs, sanding, finishing in existing areas. In kitchen ceiling, drywall has moisture damage. Did you observe moisture damage in the kitchen? ceiling?
Yes, but I went on the roof and it's right above where you would expect the roof leak, a roof leak was most probably the cause because there were no pipes. We looked at the plans and didn't see where, where the water could be coming from. And in my opinion, it came from the roof.
And BMC didn't have any responsibility in the roof.
I believe that's correct.
Wood flooring. All right, here we go. The testimony of Mr. Paul, and did you have any report or anything from David Paul?
Yes.
Okay. He's testified earlier today that one issue in the floor was an unlevel floor joist underneath the flooring, which made the flooring unlevel. But this apparently wishes to replace the flooring. Also, he testified that 8 out of about 80 flooring boards had cupping, which he attributed to moisture irregularity. Did you observe that?
Slight. But then again, it was not complete. There were issues that needed to be addressed. When the flooring was installed, I believe there was an issue of humidity. These things happen, but they have to be addressed and before inspected to determine whether they need anything. It has to be completed before it can become a defect.
All right, Mr. Pye, I think, and then it continues, you're just going point by point through the Wagner report. Okay. So I think I noted a lot of the things that he's talked about and perhaps still were to come are mentioned when he details his on-site inspection of the Richmond property, when he's talking about, the slopes and gradings and having looked at certain windows, but there's other things that he hasn't mentioned. And there wasn't an indication that he would be doing a line-by-line critique of the Wagner report. So I think the clarification that I would offer, and I think following up on what I'd already cited, would be that based on the discovery issue here presented, that he can certainly, I think the thing to be directing him through and the way to go point by point would be what he listed as what is in his on-site inspection on his report. But at the point we go beyond that and we're critiquing other aspects of the Wagner report, other things that he saw on the site, it's not that he can't give an opinion, it's just that opinion wasn't disclosed, allowing the other party to respond to it and prepare for trial adequately. So I think that the last site I'll just offer for the record is Jones v. Livingston. This is an older case, but it's 203 Georgia Appeals 99 from 1992. Where again, it's applying 9-11-26 and just simply, this is in the context of expert witnesses, whereas the Resurgence case I mentioned otherwise was just a material fact witness and simply saying that going beyond the disclosed scope of an opinion can be excluded mid-trial. And I think that's the request of Mr. Sherman here. I think that's what the case law suggests when expert witnesses are here is an appropriate remedy. And so I think that's where I would be here, Mr. Pye, is that you can take him through his on-site inspection, detail all the critiques, and as an overall item that he thinks that most everything in that report is inaccurate because construction defects are not appropriately categorized as such. He uses that term incorrectly. That's fine. But when we go to line by line and talk about bowing or even flooring, I don't think that was mentioned in here specifically. We talk about tile cracks and caulking and painting, but I don't actually know if I see anything. Well, there's the door frames. I don't know if I see flooring here in the inspection description. So that would be something I think that is out of bounds. So, sir.
Observation about each of these items without his opinion?
Well, I don't think so, because his observation is going to be a fact that was not disclosed either. And I don't know what. and to the extent he wasn't, I mean, is there a particular fact that, or observation that it can be separated from his opinion on these issues?
Well, I just am struggling with how Mr. Rice can give his opinion that matters are matters of repair. They're not complete matters of repair and not but without saying what they are.
Because it didn't really go into that level in what was in his deposition and in the report. I think it was essentially they're not defects because they weren't done. It was just kind of almost a categorical kind of definition standard, which is no matter what condition they were in, because BMC didn't have a chance to complete it, that makes them not defects. That makes these reports inaccurate and that they can't be relied on. It didn't go into the specifics of, well, the Boeing's this way, the flooring's that way, and getting into that kind of critique.
I mentioned that Wagner addressed the removal and replacement of the windows.
Right.
That there's only one window needs
That I think,
to be open.
and then so that is fine because that's in the report.
And then we have, well, I can read the report. I just
All right. Anything further than for the record? Anything at all, Mr. Pye? All right, Mr. Sherman.
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I would say we'll bring back the jury. We'll do another 15, 20 minutes. Tell me when you find a good stopping point, Mr. Pye, and then we'll bring back Mr. Rice tomorrow to conclude. All right, Deputy Scott.
just as soon adjourn for the evening, Your Honor.
We can do that too. That's fine. Here. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience as we were working in here to resolve some things while you were waiting. I thought we might be able to figure it out and still utilize some of the time we have left today, but I think at this point, it's in everyone's interest to call it a day. We've covered a lot of ground, and thank you for your attention and everything that you've put into the case so far. So we'll see you back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. And as always, don't do any research about the case or discuss the case while you are away. We will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rice, you can step down. And if anyone needs to collect any of the exhibits or anything that was left up there, or we can just leave them there. Yes, sir.
Mr. Rice took a number of pictures now. They've been disclosed to opposing counsel. May we have him describe those pictures, what they are?
Mr. Sherman, are you aware of the photographs or did you have those?
Well, I have some of them, yes, Your Honor. If we're gonna go over these photographs outside the context of the report, The photographs attached to the report.
Okay.
So I think those are.
There are a lot more, Your Honor, which were under the court's order to file exhibits. We file them and they're maybe 15 or 20. They were filed and served last week.
And they're listed as exhibits.
Yes.
So as I see it, I mean, the ones that are attached to the report, we've got, 3 here, and they're all referencing things that he describes in his inspection. Those all seem like those would be falling within the ambit of the report. I'm going to presume the other 10 or 15 photos or anything that he took, he ended up detailing in this on-site inspection portion. I think that would fall within the ambit of his testimony.
Maybe 36 through 86.
36 through 86.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Listed as exhibits and filed with the court last week and served on counsel.
Okay, so we got about 50 photographs.
Oh, and Mr. Rice sent them to Mr. Sherman long ago. They had direct communication regarding his deposition and the cost of it. And so Mr. Rice sent his entire file, including the pictures, to Mr. Sherman
Correct.
some time ago.
Okay, so are these the ones that are labeled in your plaintiff's exhibit list as, I guess, 36 through 86. Okay, I see it here. So look, I don't think we need to hash this out now. What I would say, Mr. Sherman, is take a look at those 50 photographs. They've been on plaintiff's exhibit list, and they're saying that they provided all these photos in advance of the deposition. It looks like they're going to be keyed into things that he describes in his on-site inspection. And so to the extent you think there's a photo that falls outside the ambit of that, you can bring that up to me tomorrow morning. But otherwise, I would think that those are all going to be appropriately tendered, and then we'll just see what testimony comes of it.
All right, I'll take a look at them, Your Honor.
And as to, we have Mr. Scholl coming tomorrow as well, Mr. Pye still, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He doesn't need to be here at 9.
I don't think 9's going to be, I think that's an accurate estimate. But after that, then I believe that's going to put us at sometime maybe closer to 11, 11:30, 12 even for plaintiff to be resting, for any other motions to be made, which would then move us right into the charge conference, if I'm estimating right. Charge conference, we got some non-pattern charges to sort through and some things to look at. I think that's probably going to take at least an hour. And so I guess what I'm getting at is it sounds like, and I know Mr. Sherman, you had mentioned maybe needing additional time. We can take that up if we when we need to, and you can walk me through what it is you need and why you need it. But it does look like, with the parties having agreed for closings to be limited to an hour, that we might be starting closing arguments at 3. And just then I would charge the jury and they can begin deliberating Friday morning. Just trying to map out the rest of our week here. Anyone want to add into that? Or I guess bottom line is I think the parties were on track to be prepared for closing argument tomorrow.
I think we'll need to work through the verdict form too.
Verdict form, right. I'll be working on that myself as well. And we'll do that during the charge conference.
I think I can simplify ours if it will, at some point, if the judge wants my input.
Well, I'd never had a fill in the blank essay requirement over the jurors. So that was a new thing for me to see. If that's still something you're asking for, I'd be curious where you got that from. But otherwise, it looked that was going to be the template that I started with, what you had, which seemed very straightforward, unless you're saying there's some claims you're not going forward on.
Well, I think there will be. And that is an interesting question, because we had this case in front of Judge Taylor, which was there an oral agreement? And the case law says the jury decides, was there an oral agreement? And if so, what are the terms? So that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, and they actually had him write down bullets of what okay.
We settled it before trial, but that was in the proposed verdict form.
And that was based on like a particular case? Well,
I
okay.
can put my hands on it, but the case said, it might be cited in my jury instructions, but the case does say the jury decides whether there was an enforceable contract and if so, what the terms are.
But does that case say that the jury has to make a special finding of those
I don't
terms?
believe it said that.
Okay, then I'm probably not going to make them, have to do that extra credit, but we'll see.
All
All right. Okay. And then also I'll ask you to follow, you might want to follow up, Mr. Sherman. Again, odds are about 95% certain I'm just going to continue to reserve argument on this, but I also wanted to provide you with a case on the negligent construction aspect in Pearson the Vale, which is Birch Properties, 364 Georgia Appeals 315. And that is one that's, again, drilling in on this distinction where you have someone who testified that is drawing this distinction about just how in the weeds does someone have to be in the work to be held liable for tort. So this is just something I think that we're going to have to really make sure we craft in the pattern instructions, not the pattern instructions rather, but in a non-pattern instruction. This particular one being that he wasn't on the job site, that he just relies on the subcontractors to get it done right. And, while he's being the coordinator for the subcontractors, the court there is finding that he didn't direct how it was being constructed or participate or cooperate. So there's some keywords there to look through. And something we'll take up at the charge conference. All right, unless there's anything else. That'll be it for today. We'll be in recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Off the record.